aspects to fully understand the current conditions. As we walk around safe, the village's security guard made us feel very safe.
It was a pleasure to meet your team. We walked around the residential building hosting our 60 residents. As you remember, each one currently has 2 units, while the village also includes a kindergarten, a sports hall, and a service building.
This tour was super helpful. Our amazing caregiver Mona and her colleagues explained all the challenges they are facing. She mentioned how the limited space is not accommodating to the increased number of children in need.
Not to mention the unsafe nature of the stair structure that makes my job taking care of all the kids once get almost impossible. It is frustrating not to be able to play more with them. My sweet Mama has been sad about this.
Yes, Mom. I wish me and my friend would have more space to play.
Omar, we will make sure your wish is granted, and we have created an interactive area in the village where children can play and explore amongst other elements to boost community connection. And look, Omar, this is how exciting your village will be when we're done.
Yay!
Right, Omar? This is going to be an amazing and safe playground where other village kids will join you.
Mom, this is so awesome. Come look at this.
That's beautiful, Mama.
Thank you, guys. To do this, we'll have to modify and expand your existing structures. We need to change 2 multi-story units by demolishing the stairs and very few interior doors and walls. Introducing a modular mass on 2 floors to create 3 units, 2 on the ground floor and 1 on the first floor.
Oh, the modified units follow the original layout. Seems each unit has a living room, kitchen, bedrooms, toilets, and a mechanical room. I really love the expanded area. Now I will have more friends.
As we kept the original masses and stone faces, we used precast concrete panels for new units, creating a clear contrast. Hey, Mona, would you like to see what it's going to look like on the inside?
Yes, please.
Think of all the pastries you can cook in this kitchen. We designed the interior spaces to be simple and cozy, using natural earthy colors and furniture served as storage spaces. The retrofit windows provide pleasant, controllable, and comfortable natural lighting and ventilation.
And this is where I'm going to be tucking in Ramai. He's going to love it.
Wow. Mom, are they also bringing in more friends?
Without a doubt, the 4 added units will increase the occupancy by 33%. I just want to talk about it with Safe.
You guys made a really good use of all the spaces across the village, separating private and safe zones for our children.
Absolutely. We split the village into private, semi-private, and public zones, and even incorporated a public park and soccer pit. Along with agrivoltaics and a greenhouse, we wanted to have better community engagement and improve the overall sense of togetherness.
Hey, yeah, I saw all those amazing amenities added to the community. Oh, by the way, I am Mahiba, a neighbor of the village.
Hi, Hiba. Yes, you can go to the park through the new pedestrian bridge we have implemented. And when you come to shop, you can park under the solar canopies and charge your car for free.
Can you please elaborate on the passive strategies you mentioned?
Of course. We insulated the existing walls, retrofitted the roofs, and introduced prefab walls and roofs for the add-ons. We also replaced all the windows and shading devices. Let me show you how. Besides the better thermal performance of the envelope, we enhanced the daylight penetration and made those shading devices adjustable and easy to use. Even Omar can operate.
Yeah, I am super strong.
You sure are, buddy. Additionally, this effort resulted in 50% of the spaces having enough daylight throughout the year. We selected locally sourced prefab structures for the add-ons. This would minimize the on-site labor, cut costs, reduce errors, and increase the quality of work.
And the whole process would only take 14 weeks.
We even joined efforts with a local company and started designing the prefab modules. The modules would be efficiently insulated to have better thermal and water resilience.
I really like all these details showing the various layers of the building.
We will add a layer of extruded PS insulation to existing walls, improving the U value. The prefab panels will additionally have carbon-injected concrete reinforced with steel. And Ibrahim, we did the same thing for the roof. Look at those details.
What do those CO2 values mean though?
By prioritizing sustainable design strategies like reusing existing structures, prefabrication of some elements, and use of low carbon and locally sourced materials, we can significantly reduce the embodied carbon. To better measure the results of our design, we created a life cycle assessment. Our LCA compares the environmental impact of constructing a completely new building versus retrofitting and expanding an existing building with a similar built-up area. The second scenario shows a 61% reduction in embodied carbon and a 40% reduction in operational carbon compared to the first scenario.
Look, we always talk to the kids upstairs through the hole in the wall. Mom calls them giant towers.
Oh, yes, the towers. Well, Omar, those were intended to catch wind into your buildings, but I guess they weren't really doing that, huh? We have innovatively repurposed all wind catchers into solar chimneys. We have extended them vertically and added a transparent top to harness solar radiation.
Oh, wow. How does that happen?
Well, look at these drawings, Omar. As the hot air in the red escapes through the chimney, the cold air in the blue gets in, creating a natural stream of air that keeps your home comfortable and energy efficient when the weather permits.
Don't you love that, Omar? Oh, and what are these loops?
Great question, Muna. This is actually a cool HVAC technology we will be implementing. It's called a closed loop geothermal system. Essentially, we're harnessing the Earth's stable underground temperatures to heat and cool your homes effectively. Oh, and you want to see something else cool? We developed a novel design adding a remote air chimney that lets outside air in to the shared conduit with the cold pipes from the loops. This pre-cools the fresh air before it gets to the unit, further reducing the HVAC demand.
Amazing. Gabby would love this.
Oh, absolutely, Muna. I see they got rid of the troublesome split units. Thank God.
We sure did. The new 25 SEER ground source heat pumps will ensure efficiency and comfort. A central unit will provide variable capacity compression, a waterside economizer, and integrated dehumidification.
Oh, wait, we will have ducting now?
Of course, Ali, switching from those ductless mini splits into a zoned and ducted configuration ensures better comfort, optimized supply, and reduced energy needs. We also factored in the inconsistent water supply to the village, enforcing water independence as we made 2 on-site wells to be the main source of water. Along with a rain harvesting mechanism, utility is now only going to be needed for emergencies. Underground and rainwater will go through a central desalination and filtration unit before being circulated to the building, where it gets an extra cycle of UV filtration. 10% of gray water produced will be treated and redirected to the agrivoltaic fields. You're going to love seeing those colored rows, Safe.
That's true, Safe. Behold, our water recycling triple use system, a testament to this team's sustainable and innovative design. From sourcing to recycling, it feels every drop counts. That really maximizes the efficiency in water conservation.
Exactly, Ibrahim. After the first use inside the building, gray water is efficiently recycled, then repurposed for panel cleaning as a second use. And the third one would be watering those beautiful roses planted underneath.
Yeah, I actually read about how agrivoltaics work. It is a cool concept. Use the same land space for harvesting solar energy and growing crops. The roses will benefit the local market. And I also got a quote on those hydro panels you told me about.
That's perfect. Source hydro panels will provide half of the drinking water demand.
I heard the village now shares energy with our community. That's amazing.
That's right, they do. Our expanded PV system on the open field and the parking canopies harnesses a lot more energy. Together, coupled with the old system, they power the village as a microgrid while feeding excess power to our community. Ali helped us source some really good manufacturers of the panels in the region that they've worked with before. Upgrading to 440 watt panels makes a huge difference in the power generation. That's how we can provide energy to the community.
We urgently need to move those inverters from inside the living rooms. Not safe at all.
Roger that, Ali. We did not only re-equip the village with an additional 222 kilowatt peak system, we also improved the mounting and electrical wiring of the existing ones. With that, our combined PV system will now produce 550 megawatt hours per year. This saves nearly 400 tons of CO2, with 76% of the power shared with the neighbors. They're going to be really happy.
I have a question. Why are you watering the panels?
Well, we're actually cleaning them, Omar, with the recycled gray water I mentioned earlier. PV panels need to be shiny and clean to collect the light from the sun.
Oh, speaking of lights, it's usually either too dark or too bright inside. Did you guys figure out why?
We actually did, Muna. Our strategy would integrate high-efficiency LED lights with motion sensors and dimmers throughout the house. Also, we strategically placed our windows to harness natural light, further decreasing our dependence on artificial lighting.
Wait, this one needs some explaining. I love charts though.
I got you. It's simple. We're just featuring how we've decreased the energy demand throughout the different building systems. Basically, we've reduced our energy use index by 61% post retrofit.
It is incredible to realize how far we've come in our journey to net zero.
Absolutely. From a pre-retrofit HERS value of 73 to a post-retrofit value of 35 without the PV and negative 55 with PV, our strategy from passive to net zero is truly going to make a difference.
As a manager, we're fully prepared to commit to this remarkable renovation project for the village. Given the payback period is 7 years, thank you guys for helping us put this together.
Oh, and we didn't forget to add an advanced building management and automation system, from HVAC and lighting controls to a vigorous security system that SAFE will be in charge of.
In my years of ensuring the safety of our village, I've always wished for such a system that could help me doing my job better.
Yes, sir. And we are also including diagnostics and performance monitoring. Now Ali will be happy too. And the icing on the cake, Ibrahim, is that our residential buildings can now be LEED Gold compliant.
Man, we'll have to throw a party.
Absolutely. I'm going to call the team so we can celebrate another successful production of the Eagles Nest team and their partners.
In our dream of a sustainable sanctuary, we're introduce care for our children, dedicated staff, and cherished environment, nurturing the leaders of tomorrow with love and wisdom. Scan our QR code for an in-depth experience of our transformative changes within the SOS Village of Aqaba, Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now begin our Q&A session. Lisa, would you like to go first, and we'll head down the row?
Sure. Great presentation. I know we're not supposed to spend a lot of time on comments, but great job. Very inspiring community approach there. I had a couple questions about maybe first with the enclosure. Kind of curious, first, did you update the existing buildings enclosure? And then tagging on to that, how did you pick the thermal performance of the enclosure of the new package? So start with the first, I guess. Yeah.
I think our architectural team will answer.
Okay.
But
And that's on here.
yes. Yes. Can you guys hear her question?
Can you please say that again?
Yes. Did you upgrade the existing enclosure? So it looks like you did. I wasn't sure if you had just had the upgraded enclosure with the new portion or if you also updated the existing. So yes. Okay. And then how did you determine essentially how far you went with the thermal performance of the enclosure? Did you do any sort of iterative modeling or determine, energy savings or whatnot?
So yes, we did an energy model, and we retrofitted the existing wall by adding insulation. As the moms and children mentioned, they don't feel comfort in summer and winter. And regarding the new wall, prefabricated wall, we tried by using locally manufactured and sourced materials to lower the U value and also add efficient insulation.
Okay, great, thank you. Do we rotate or do I get all of mine? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, one at a time. I gotta pick my best question.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Just talk directly into the mic.
Given the critical nature of water, were there other systems or strategies the team considered that weren't ultimately selected?
Absolutely. So that's why we did introduce the hydro panels. So we are going to be pulling in water from the atmosphere because the site is going to be near the coast and it's a very humid climate. So although available liquid water underground and that kind of thing is scarce, we do have plenty of water in the atmosphere that we can pull from, as well as we did drill another well. So we're going to have 2 wells on site for plenty of water. So we tried to be mindful of that.
Thank you.
Great question.
Yeah, so great presentation. My concerns, and I love the fact that you guys use an existing building, and I think that's great. There's a lot of challenges with using existing buildings. It looks like you guys went through a fair amount of work evaluating. My question, I guess, to you is, what is your expectation is if this went to a build, how would you have to deal with the existing sort of masonry, the roofing and all those kind of things? And did that factor into both the timeline and also the cost elements of what you might have seen or what might have happened?
Absolutely. And our HTU team is in Jordan. They're only a few hours from the site. They actually got to go and evaluate the site hands-on. So they can probably speak more to that.
Okay.
Yes, we did a site visit, and the site was in a good condition. So we're trying to retrofit and preserve as much as we can, as we're trying to preserve the architectural value. So we tried as much as possible to minimize the demolition. So we kept the local stone and the other used materials, and we tried to repurpose and restructure the other elements. So as much as possible, we try to minimize the demolition and to make an expansion by adding these 2 modules for every building. So yeah.
And I would
And
also,
actually, we had a waste plan management. So we, as I mentioned, we try to reuse some existing materials and repurpose some existing structures. And yes.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I have a question on your HVAC system, your geothermal system. So you mentioned pre-cooling the outside air before it gets into the building with the same chilled water that's going into the HVAC indoor. How do you go about doing that and maintaining the right supply temperature from the actual terminal units to the space?
yeah, absolutely. Great question. So this was an approach that we thought of, and we did some research to see if this was a practice that was in the field already. We couldn't find any projects that use this. So we do think this is a novel approach.
Okay.
So we tried to think through those things as we were going about. As far as the ground temperature waters, we have research data from a PhD student in the area that has all of the ground temperatures, the gradient from surface level down to 100 meters. So we have a really good idea of what those temperatures are going to be. And so based on that, we know the U values of the pipe we're going to be sending down. We know those calculations that we can find in ASHRAE. We did those coupled with we have a software that we partnered with Oklahoma University. They had a software that used to help size those geothermal units. So with that data as well, we were able to get a pretty good estimate. And as far as the conduit that it's passing through, we just did basic, what's the surface area that's going to be in contact with that air. We calculated those things, and then the temperature difference we would calculate at those peak performance in the summer. So we had a pretty good idea of what we were going to see.
Yeah. Novel
question.
indeed, novel indeed.
I was super excited. Nerding out.
That's okay, good. Yeah, I'm curious to learn a little bit more about the microgrid you mentioned. I'm curious, like, what is the local grid? I assume the microgrid is connected to a centralized grid. And then I might have missed it, but I don't think energy storage was incorporated. And I'm kind of curious why or why not. I'm asking 2 questions. I'm cheating, but
Yeah, I'll answer the second one first,
Sure.
and then he can answer the first one. Because our demand is such a fraction of our overall capacity, we didn't find it necessary to add that cost.
Okay.
However, that night with no generation, we wouldn't have, of course, because there's no on-site storage. But
Okay.
during the day, we have such an excess that we felt like it was sufficient without storage.
Okay.
And then he can answer.
Yes, and regarding the first question, since the existing systems were tied to the grid, we decided that the additional system should be tied to the grid to avoid any confusions with the connections and configurations.
And that's a fairly stabilized local grid.
The local grid.
Yeah, it's ready. We inquired about the local grid from the National Distribution Company, and they said it could be added easily. So it's ready.
Their grid is used to having a lot of PV systems in Jordan.
Okay, thank you.
I can go if you. Go ahead. So cost of the project, because I think I saw a slide here, 700 and something thousand, but I know when we were reading your submitted materials, I saw 2.4 million mileage to land. So can you just tell us, I just wasn't sure if the price you put here is like for the entire project or a portion of the project?
And the 2 were submitted.
Yeah.
You're saying a delta in that?
That had also included the land that the village is currently on itself and the existing buildings on it.
Gotcha. Are there plans to, I guess for this design, if it were to go to construction and build and it works well, are there plans to kind of go around the rest of the village, I assume, to do this or something similar? Because I saw it's surrounded by other structures. and
That's
shit.
our hope. We
Okay.
would hope that the success of these retrofits would show that it would be worth the investment to do the rest of the village. That's our, and as optimistic as the owner has been working with our team, we think that they would see that and they would see it as the added value.
And the prefab envelope, was that done in that area or is this some other company that can? Okay,
It's a local company.
interesting.
We actually worked with them already starting to get started on the design of this.
Yeah. So some of your selections of materials are fairly carbon rich, right? I mean, concrete, XPS, I mean, those are pretty much, some of the top, like kind of embodied carbon materials. How did you balance that with the overall kind of approach? What was your decision sort of tree like about, deciding on materials and, lighter carbon items?
So the concrete that was used was infused with carbon to try to help minimize some of that.
And that's a local practice, or is that?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to add that concrete is considered a local material in Jordan. So instead of have some CO2 transportation, when we can bring like a more green material from other places from the world, so concrete is more considered a local material and a green one. And we also use that technology of the carbon injected concrete, so it's more green than the ordinary one.
If I remember correctly, you talked about instantaneous hot water heat. Did you consider the use of heat pumps for hot water to get the benefit of free cooling as well?
Don't believe we considered that. No,
No. Okay, Morris?
Do you want
If I can, I had one more. Actually, it's on this slide. So the water kind of harvesting system, did anything exist on site? Were you repurposing something existing, or did you totally reintegrate this into
the
the?
only existing was the one well,
Wow,
one
okay.
well on site. So everything else would be installed. new.
Very nice.
And it didn't have the capacity was pretty low, and they were seeing a lot of salt in their water. So that's why we added that desalination filtration process.
Mhm. And how much roughly, just to tag on, since we're almost at the end, was this cost like relative to the total project? Like how much was this large system?
I don't remember the exact numbers on this specific system. We may have a slide that we submitted that has the breakdown of that, but off the top of my head, I can't remember the exact.
But not like half. Not huge. Okay.
If you have a couple more seconds, I guess I'll throw something out there, or
15 seconds.
15
Alright.
seconds. Okay, so there's 500 other locations that basically around the world. Anything that you learned from this specific one that you could then apply to those one or more of those other 500?
I think it's the community engagement that we are trying to build here. We're trying
Okay,
to
thank
foster.
you. That's our time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you too. Okay, thank you to North Texas and Al Hussein Technical University.
Thank you.
Next, we welcome Dartmouth College up to the stage.
And they have how much time?
3 minutes.
3 minutes to set up?
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Which goes next?
Next one is Dartmouth.
Set of water.
They go. Still have to go somewhere.
Yeah, hold on to your
Okay,
seat.
here, perfect.
Morning. Morning. On your chair. Okay. Do you guys have any principal presenters? No. And I'll give you a verbal cue for you guys to start. Thank you. So about that. I think if we were to stand up here, we would block any. Yeah. And the click, clicker, it works. Beautiful. Now we welcome Dartmouth College. Your 15-minute presentation starts now.
Hello, everyone. We are the Big Green Retrofitting Machine from Thayer at Dartmouth College. This is a picture of our team and our wonderful advisors without whom this project would not be possible. So the primary goal of this project was to develop an energy zero design for a typical home in Vermont using sustainable materials while also meeting the needs of the local community. We are currently located in the Wilder Village in Hartford, Vermont, which is designated as a 6A climate zone. We are competing as a retrofit design in the attached house division. The Wilder House is divided up into 3 units, which adds to a key part of our design, fostering a multi-generational community within a home. And so our Hearst index before renewables was 36, but after renewables, we have a final Hearst score of -6.
Let's take a closer look at our goal. So we decided to break our goal into 3 smaller goals. The first of this was to reduce operational emissions using strategies such as using passive home design elements and employing an effective building envelope. Our second goal was to use sustainable sourcing of our building materials using strategies such as minimizing the cradle to gate embodied emissions of our materials and prioritizing local building materials and labor. Our last goal was to prioritize inclusivity as a means of building community. We approached this using concepts such as physical accessibility, affordability, and the preservation of the existing architectural aesthetic. Perhaps most importantly, we prioritized local housing needs. We prioritized each of these goals differently throughout our presentation. As we go through, you can see little tags in the corner indicating which of these we prioritized where. The Upper Valley has a housing crisis. According to the local housing group, Keys to the Valley, this means that houses don't meet the existing demographics, housing is extremely expensive, the building stock is aging, and lastly, existing designs are built for social isolation rather than community. Addressing this first problem, we took a look at the demographics of the region. We broke it up into 3 separate demographic groups, each of which have different housing needs. These are young professionals, families with children, and seniors. Now, something interesting about these groups is that people don't tend to stay in one their entire lives. Young professionals start families, children grow up, and parents age. Additionally, new people are always entering the community. We designed for this by creating a house that has 3 separate units, each tailored to the needs of one of these groups. This design creates a home that can meet diverse needs. It allows us to tailor our units to different budgets. It allows us to create a retrofit that reduces energy burden. And lastly, we create intergenerational community and long-term sense of place.
Here is the exterior of our site and a few key features. Since our design goals directed each of our decisions, we represent them here with small little color boxes next to each feature. First and foremost, we really wanted to focus on preserving the history of this house. It is a 19th century colonial revival architectural style. And so we really sought to keep that salt box structure and those characteristic red shutters. Additionally, we have multiple community spaces integrated both inside and outside the house to ensure that there's multi-generational community engagement through all Vermont seasons, which get a little wacky. We reuse materials in our exterior, including the white siding and those bright red window shutters. Our entire site is xeriscaped, which has broad ecological benefits, but also allows us to not use any irrigation in our site and is aesthetically pleasing. We have an exterior ramp along the northern facade, which allows our front porch and first floor to be accessible. And finally, we feature local art in a stained glass wall, also on the northern facade, which mirrors the 19th century church-turned community center that is just across the street. Here's our site design. As you can see, our roof is extremely poorly oriented for rooftop solar, but we have a very large site. And so to accommodate this, we placed 12 kilowatts of solar above our parking. Most of our parking is located near the back of the site. And so we ensure that there is accessible parking also near that ramp. We have porous granite pathways networking throughout the site, which filter stormwater, but also allow the entire site to be accessible. We also manage stormwater through a vegetated swale that runs lengthwise on the site, and this filters and drains the stormwater into community pipes. And finally, we have multiple outdoor community spaces, including a playground, a fire pit, and multiple picnic tables.
So in addition to the outdoor community spaces, we also have indoor community space because Vermont gets quite cold in the fall and winters. So as you can see on the first floor on the top, there's an insulated community room on the west facade of the building. And we've also utilized the basement as a communal space where there's communal washers and dryers, as well as that's where all the HVAC equipment is. And our first unit is a unit that we designed for a family of 4. So this unit spans the left half of the first and second floor. It has 2 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, generally a very large living room and kitchen to accommodate 4 people. The second unit is a unit designed for seniors in mind. So there's a ramp, as Katie mentioned, to make this unit accessible. It's 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, has wider doorways, a more compact but open layout to allow for easy navigation from room to room, as well as an in-unit washer and dryer in case the basement ones are inaccessible. On the side, you can see the second floor of the family unit. So you see the bedrooms and the bathrooms, as well as an additional community space, a back porch, which is accessible through an outdoor staircase. And here we have highlighted the final unit of our building. So this unit was designed with young professionals in mind. It features a large living room and kitchen for hosting, as well as 2 large bedrooms, each with a desk, as working remotely becomes more and more popular.
Much of our envelope was inspired by Joseph Steebrook's work in building for cold climates. Starting with our roof, we have typical asphalt shingles, followed by an air gap, an ice and water membrane, and then Rockwell insulation, which is a low embodied carbon, but yet moisture tolerant insulation type, resulting in an R68 roof. Next, for our walls, we use the existing wood siding, followed again by an air gap, Blueskin VP100, which is a semi-permeable moisture barrier. And then we have 2 stud cavities filled with dense pack recycled cellulose, separated by a continuous layer of zip sheathing. And that results in walls that are R40. And lastly, our floors are R34 with GPS foam and Rockwell, providing thermal insulation between the floors as well as soundproofing between units. Here's a mock-up of our envelope. First, we highlighted some sustainable design choices, which include locally sourced wood for OSB, as well as locally sourced white pine furring strips and 2x6 studs, as well as reusing the existing studs in the walls. Next, we have some choices that were made for vapor transfer choices. So we have Blueskin VP100 on the outside of our Larson truss, as well as Huber zip sheathing to ensure that vapor can travel between the layers without getting caught in the walls. And then lastly, we have our non-structural Larson truss, which is a 2x6 stud cavity added to the outside of the home that adds additional thermal insulation without encroaching on the interior of the home. Next, we have our high growth thermal analysis done in WUFI over 3 years. First, we have the temperature in red, and you can see that shaded region is the range of temperatures over that 3-year analysis. Next, we have the relative humidity, and lastly, we have the water content in blue on the bottom, kind of hard to see. Basically, the results of this analysis showed there was no net accumulation of moisture in the walls, resulting in a safe and healthy home. It's the same analysis for our walls here. Again, you can see no net moisture accumulation, so vapor can travel throughout the walls without getting caught. And so after we designed our envelope, we chose and sized our appliances.
We selected appliances and mechanical systems to meet as many of several criteria as possible. We looked for Energy Star rated products, products under Samsung's Smart Home Energy Management System as recommended by Energy Star, rebate eligible products through Efficiency Vermont, the local rebate organization, and products that work within the local climate to create a comfortable living environment. Our home qualifies for many rebates, including appliances and mechanical systems, as well as for rainwater harvesting and sustainable landscaping.
A healthy home is one that has fresh air and comfortable temperatures. We incorporated this into our HVAC design, as well as prioritizing efficiency. Here is a mechanical plan of our first floor. For ventilation, we incorporated Lunos E2 heat recovery ventilators, which can recover up to 96% of exhausted heat. These operate in pairs and are installed between interior and exterior walls with very little visual impact. For bathrooms that are not adjacent to the exterior, we use ducted bathroom exhaust fans that are Energy Star rated. To address the heating and cooling loads, we use air source heat pumps, which have HSPF2 of greater than 10 for each unit and CR2 of greater than 22.
Like our design for ventilation, our plumbing is both efficient and prioritizes the health and well-being of our occupants. Our domestic hot water system is primarily sourced by 2 air source water heaters in our basement. These are extremely efficient units with a uniform energy factor of 3.88. Our domestic hot water system is also fueled by drain source heat recovery, which makes those 2 heat pumps 15% more efficient. We also incorporate rainwater harvesting in this design. This is a rooftop gutter system with underground cisterns and then triple filtration with carbon, micron, and UV filtration. And ultimately, this filters 51,600 gallons per year. All of our plumbing fixtures are WaterSense certified, which means that they are extremely low flow and low water usage. And ultimately, our residents use 64% less water than the average American.
Our energy system supports informed energy use and grid interactive reliability. First, we have the Smart Home Energy Management System, which most of our appliances connect to a central hub and to the SmartThings app, which allows residents to monitor real-time energy use and prices, and supports AI algorithms for decision-making on energy consumption. We also have 2 Tesla Powerwalls through a program with Green Mountain Power, the local energy distributor. Through this agreement, Green Mountain Power can access and control the systems distributing the electricity to the greater grid when it can support reduced prices in the local grid. Additionally, this stores the excess generated solar power and allows for whole home backup in the event of a grid outage. Finally, we have Google Nest Learning thermostats, which help support thermal comfort in a cold region with lots of heating needs without overconsumption of electricity for heating.
Here on this chart, we've broken down the energy load into heating, cooling, water heating, and lighting and plug loads, as well as show our on-site generation. And so these are some key figures that we use when analyzing the efficiency of our design. So you can see our electrical load is 12,000 kilowatt hours, but our solar generation is 14,769 kilowatt hours. And so we've appropriately oversized our on-site generation in order to make sure that we meet the demand of our design. And so including this on-site generation, our HERS index score is -6, and we're able to achieve such a low index score mainly by reducing our electrical and water loads, which are 60 and 64% less than national average, respectively. With all of these numbers, we calculated our annual savings to be $11,000. And throughout the design process, we also considered the embodied carbon. And so we intentionally selected our materials to reduce the embodied carbon as much as possible. And so, for example, we use locally sourced timber for our studs, for our exterior structures, as well as the interior finishes. Where possible, we use recycled materials. So this includes the cellulose in our wall insulation, as well as interior finishes like the countertops. So we try to incorporate recycled materials as much as possible. With these material selections, our embodied carbon came out to be 198 tons of CO2, and this pie chart breaks that down.
So this is just a simple financial analysis of our retrofit. The total cost came out to be just under $420,000. Adding that to the home's current value of $330,000, it's a total home value of $750,000. And using the lower end of a suggested range for rental pricing, we came up with a total monthly rent of $6,000, which we further distributed within the 3 demographics we had in mind for these units. And so with all these prices in mind, the total payback period is around 5.8 years as the home is already owned by the developer. And so this is also just a comparison of the cost of living for our home as opposed to the median cost of living within the Upper Valley. And you can see that our rent is a little lower as well as our utilities. And this comes out to a total annual operational savings for the whole house at about $13.6 thousand.
By prioritizing inclusivity as a means of building community, sustainable sourcing of materials, and minimized operational emissions, we show that a net zero retrofit in Vermont is possible and beneficial and create an example and framework that can inspire the future of sustainable living in New England. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dartmouth College. We'll begin our 12-minute Q&A session. Tony, would you like to start?
Sure. Working off the assumption that you probably did multiple energy runs, was there anything that was surprising to you in your first iterations of the energy modeling?
We did have a couple of energy runs. I think the first thing that we found was the importance of the envelope. We struggled a lot trying to figure out how to make an envelope better in a kind of dilapidated home without completely tearing down the home. So in our first couple of iterations, we realized that our envelope design was going to have to be super bolstered. As Colin talked about, we incorporated a Larson truss, which can be attached to the outside without changing the interior like floor space or layout. And that allowed us to create a really strong and tight envelope.
Also, while the site is not optimally oriented for solar, we were surprised by how much we could get. We were initially nervous about even meeting a net zero metric because of how the home is faced and the roof size, but we figured out that we could do it and found several different ways to do it and settled on the one that we have now.
I'm going to look at the basement. Basements are very difficult to do, and especially in retrofit situations. And I'm guessing that that basement's going to be a bit of a negative towards the overall house. So how did you overcome that? What were the design decisions? You know, what went on essentially in your minds from how to address the basement and some of the heat loss that might happen in there?
I think the first thing we did was think a lot about the floor insulation. Like we kind of isolated that. And then we considered using that space as a big community gathering space and opted to have it be more of a mechanical space so that we weren't putting people down there frequently, and generally tried to create spaces in other places.
So it's outside your enclosure essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
We debated that quite a lot and realized the existing structure is totally fine for the building. So there wasn't a whole lot of changes that needed to happen as long as we kept it outside.
Yeah, that's good.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. This is a very smart home, and with smart homes with senior, my mom barely texts me back because she doesn't know how to get to it. So just wondering how you guys kind of thought about this smart home you have, all the various equipments that you have. You have heat recovery from your sewage line and stuff. So maintenance and things that go into it, how easy is it going to be to be able to maintain? Are there going to be local people who can do it, or the cost associated with it? Just talk to us a little bit about how you guys kind of thought about that.
I'd say at least because it's a smart home, we understand the elderly don't have as much exposure to it as of now, but that's kind of like the key part of our design. We wanted to foster an intergenerational community. And so if you saw like the living units are located right next to each other. So we envisioned kind of a whole family together. It's not just like one unit living separately by themselves, but we have like a family with children who the elderly can sometimes maybe take care of while the parents are at work. And we have the young professionals there who maybe work from home as well and are able to help the elderly through this process and maybe also learn kind of from the elderly on like how they've been living through life in this region.
Yeah, I think one thing that I would like that Sarah can talk a little more about is one of the biggest things that we're putting in is a Tesla Powerwall, or like the most like techie thing that we're putting in. And that will be managed by Green Mountain Power Group. And so some of these devices that we're putting in already have established maintenance plans.
We also plan to have it as a rental setup, so the senior citizens probably won't be taking care of all of the maintenance details. We intend to have that managed by the landlord and the developer.
I have a question that kind of keys on to the Powerwall system and the storage. I was wondering if you guys thought anything about like critical loads or how long theoretically the utilities, controlling the battery, how much storage you needed to actually retain if there were an outage for, survivability for X amount of days or anything like that.
The lease system just comes with 2 Powerwalls.
Okay.
So we implemented that because they have the whole setup for it and the controls.
Okay.
So they say that it could work
Sure.
with the whole home with an outage, and because we have such a low load, it would probably be better than their expected load time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If I didn't say it already, great project. I think anytime you work on something that's extremely specific to site and place and this specific structure that you're starting with, makes it a bit more challenge to replicate it throughout the community. What did you guys think in dialogue on that?
I think we chose a building very purposefully that looks like a lot of the homes that we're seeing in rural Cleveland. We also chose it in some ways for the poor rooftop solar orientation because a lot of sites don't have a perfectly southern roof. And so we really wanted to find a way that we could work with that orientation and also with this very like characteristic salt box colonial revival, like old 19th century house. Which we found is the most common type of architectural style in the Upper Valley and in rural Cleveland. And so so we chose a house specifically that could be replicated or design features that could be replicated in additional retrofits specific towards that region.
We also have these design pillars that we stuck to that really helped us get to the net zero and also to create a home that we think is very sustainable and community minded. And those were the 3 that you saw a couple times. And so we think that following those is a great framework for creating a net zero retrofit and a net zero house in different areas, even if you're working with a slightly different building.
Yeah, I got a quick one. So quick for me, and maybe not quick for you, but so on the side of resiliency, and this kind of follows up on Lisa's question, is bring me to the space. I don't know this area. Like, tell me what are the elements of resiliency that you looked into, and then how did you incorporate those? And what maybe you couldn't incorporate it into your design.
So are you talking like community resiliency or like specifically grid resiliency?
I was thinking, more of the natural kind of like, floods, fires, natural hazards and stuff like.
So this building is located approximately 10 minutes away from Dartmouth. It is in a rural location, but it is not like in the middle of nowhere. And so like the sorts of things that it experiences a lot are things such as really big floods. I don't know if you all heard about the catastrophic floods that happened in Vermont this most recent summer. And we addressed that using stormwater management, as Katie talked about. Fires are less of a big concern. It's kind of a wet region. But heavy snows often lead to either solar panels being covered or power lines being down. The response time for fixing that in this region is pretty fast. The longest time in the Upper Valley that there's been a power outage was probably half a day. Because there are a lot of different, like people are very spread out, but there's a lot of people. And so there's a lot of support to make that happen. One of the things is maybe struggling a little bit, but one of the things that we found is really important in resiliency is community resiliency. And that's why we focused so strongly on building a house that builds community. There are people who are connected in this home.
In terms of stormwater management, there are a few things that we can touch on here, because of the close proximity of the Connecticut River. We also have a graded site, and those beds in the front are not quite rainwater gardens, but they are inspired by them, and have gravel filtration. And so everything is basically flooded away from the house as quick as possible. And then through that vegetated swale, flush down into the house.
Okay. I think part of my question you kind of just answered, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. So I think like 1 or 2 slides back, you guys did the breakdown of the cost of the project in the house. Yes, so just thinking about bringing this to market. If there were areas that you would say value engineer out, what would it be? Mhm. Oh, so was that too real? Okay, sorry.
I think some of the things that we might consider value engineering out are like the big tech things, because I think the most important part of our kind of getting to net zero was the envelope, the tight envelope we have. So I don't think we can really cut down on kind of the high tech we have in that field. But appliances, I think we took liberties in trying to get like good appliances for these people to like raise their quality of life, as well as just getting them to interact with one another. But other than that,
Additionally, the landscaping.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think there's a lot there.
Yeah.
It is something that I learned a lot about in doing this project, but certainly.
Thank you.
A minute. I had a question about the ventilation system. So I believe your heating and cooling system was a ducted air to air heat pump. Did you consider a ducted ventilation system, or what drew you to the Lunos?
You considered we decided to go with Lunos because of the heat recovery ventilation. It is really efficient, and because it is super easy to install, super easy to maintain. It's just like, this is the wall and we stick it in through the wall. Because we have a bunch of different, because we have different units, that way we don't have to worry about ducts crossing around units. We can all stay very contained. We also have Lunos Eco heat recovery ventilators in bathrooms that are adjacent.
Thank you, Dartmouth College.
Okay.
So subtle.
Thank you. Now we welcome Howard University. Howard University, if you're in the room, please come up front. We'll get your speakers set up.
Give me a smack. You got it. You're all winners already.
Okay, I was gonna say, when you're done, maybe we just do they move around or is that when you're done?
I'm gonna move that way.
So just go here.
Yeah.
That person.
We should stay. Fine.
Yes, that way.
Okay, see it. I can see it.
Nice.
You can be in front, we can see. it.
Yeah, okay, great, perfect.
Yeah, you guys. Yes. Yes.
So
You guys.
just to spread out. I'm just gonna look at the three of us over here.
Yeah,
Just stay
for
right here. Oh my gosh.
I'm all about pictures today. I'm down. You get, very nice.
Yeah.
I was so scared. I was like, don't tell nobody.
Zoom.
Zoom. Somebody's doing.
Okay, now we welcome Howard University. Your 15-minute presentation time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Raisa Amagampwe, and Team Lumina is illuminating New Bedford. We are a varied group of both architecture and environmental science students from Howard University.
Now imagine New Bedford, Massachusetts, a bustling city of whaling and textile,
A firehouse sitting on the corner of Hillman and County Streets.
and firefighters risking their lives every day.
Fast forward to 2022, a quiet coastal New England town.
That same firehouse abandoned in a neighborhood eyesore,
And a workforce developing off of clean wind energy.
built in 1892, serving until 1950, the Hillman Street Firehouse serves as a reminder of New Bedford's historic past.
As stated, in '94, it was reclaimed by the city and has been abandoned ever since then. In 2022, Will began plans to restore and develop the firehouse. This brought the building back into the town's discourse.
But our project goals are to regenerate the building into a modern attached housing facility, advocate for those in the community who face housing inequities, and be a beacon for energy efficiency and reaching net zero carbon emissions in New Bedford.
To achieve those three goals, we first had to think about the community, and the location of the firehouse couldn't be any better. It currently sits across the street from a bus stop, a 5-minute walk from neighborhood recreation and park, a 5-minute walk from the South Coast Railway Station and pedestrian bridge, and a 10-minute walk from the downtown New Bedford's commercial arts and waterfront. Although a small town feel, New Bedford prides itself on community and engagement with the public. Thinking back to the textile industry and whaling industry, to this now renewable energy workforce, the city prides itself on the progressive and vibrant in the culture and arts. Although this doesn't leave the city without its issues, it's at Justice 40 location. The city faces 2 feet in sea level rising in the next 25 years. Some areas are prone to stormwater management issues and hazardous waste, and population has seen a rise in migration with 20% Hispanic. Due to this, there's a lack of affordable housing with long wait lists and many vacant lots littering the city.
Along with Team Lumina, the city recognizes these issues and are deploying sustainable development projects in the areas of transportation, housing, and commercial with a holistic view on the community. Team Lumina assessed these development projects and deduced a path forward for our site. Our mission was to tackle all of these issues and more and be a beacon for future development that can be scaled to fit any housing project. In accordance with the City of New Bedford and many other nonprofit organizations aimed to benefit the community, we designed the Hillman Lawn. The Hillman Lawn creates jobs, has a hydroponic garden with community composting, and a greenhouse to purchase native botany and local produce. It is New Bedford's first installation of an urban agriculture and housing project. We also have a pergola on the lawn that hosts community engagement events, accessible short-term parking, and an underground rainwater cistern to supply water for these lawn practices. The lawn will see an estimated visitor count annually of over 10,000, an estimated total revenue of over $500,000. In the partnership with the Department of Transportation and the City of New Bedford, we improved the streetscape to include trees, vegetation, bus shelters, and improved traffic lights with a focus on pedestrian mobility.
Continuing that theme, we designed our budget and pricing to advocate for individuals in the community. We created modern, decarbonized, accessible homes with a focus on affordability over market rate. During our initial research, we found that the total population of New Bedford is roughly 100,000 people. However, only 82,000 of them actually live in a household, highlighting the dire need for affordable housing. To further our affordability initiative, we did research on the individual and family incomes, as well as how many family and individual households that there are in New Bedford. We partnered with the New Bedford Homes Providers Network to provide 5 permanent supportive housing units with the lease to nonprofit programs, as well as 5 affordable housing units that target the population under 6% of the area median income. 3 of the 5 affordable units will be 2-bedroom units that will cost roughly $1,000 a month. And the remaining 2 units will be 1-bedroom units that will cost $930 a month. Utilities are included in these costs. Here is a breakdown of our budget, with the renovation of the interior taking up the biggest chunk of our $2.1 million budget. Here are 3 of the tax rebates and credits that will bring down our costs from $2.1 million to $1.3 million. This graphic compares the 8-unit retrofit project cost of a local contracting company and Team Lumina's 10-unit estimate before and after rebates and tax credits. The Hillman Firehouse will serve as a scalable beacon for advocacy for residents in need of affordable housing. This map shows other abandoned public service buildings that could see a retrofit similar or exact to our housing facility. In continuing the theme of advocating for regeneration, we examine the existing conditions of the Hillman Firehouse. The firehouse is a strong Romanesque revival style with its red brick facade, floral motif accents, slate roofing material, and the arched garage doorway. However, over time, there are significant historic features that have been removed, like the garage doors in the front, the balcony on the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor dormer views. Our design will not only restore these features, but it will give them new meaning and functionality throughout New Bedford in today's context. In keeping with preservation codes, we implemented regenerative strategies, which included renovating the interior and restoring the brick to its bright red color. We also added a monitor on our 3rd floor. Our monitor design is derived from the original architecture feature unique to New Bedford and its whaling history. In the past, monitors were used by families as a lookout so they could see whalers coming home after months at sea. It was also used similar to a lighthouse and a beacon so that whalers out at sea could see their families and their homes at shore. The monitor will provide visual connections, but also it is a symbol of connection of love and connection throughout New Bedford and its history. We understood the historic layout of the firehouse and programmed the new facility to include permanent supportive housing in the basement, affordable housing on the first 2 floors, and our monitor feature on the 3rd floor. We also transformed what was once a hose tower into an elevator shaft. We understand the importance of privacy and comfort, which is why each permanent supportive housing has comfortable dimensions and private bedrooms and bathrooms. On our 1st floor, we have 2 affordable units and 2 entrances, as well as accessible features such as our ramp and our elevator shaft. This will provide horizontal and vertical accessible circulation throughout the firehouse. On our 2nd floor, we have 3 affordable units and our balcony. And on our 3rd floor, we have our wellness studio, our study room, and our monitor feature, which will be accessible to all the residents within the firehouse. Here are some elevation views which show the different features together.
On the interior of the building, we will be incorporating design elements and materials that cater to biophilic design and sustainability, such as cross-laminated timber floor panels and low-maintenance indoor plants, which also promote the betterment of the physical and mental health of the residents. On site, there will be curbside bioswales to help mitigate stormwater runoff and also add greenery to the streetscape by using some of New Bedford's native botany.
Additionally, we consulted with acoustics to choose Rockwool insulation to minimize the sound transfer between floors. We also implemented a majority ductless mechanical system to help minimize our plenum airspace, all of which enabled us to maximize our head to ceiling space as shown by our 45 STC rating.
This is a study of the artificial LED lights that will be used within the building and pictures of the fixtures chosen on the left. Here are some indoor perspective views from our third floor moderator space, where you see the incorporation of natural lighting and some of the indoor plants, which also help improve indoor air quality. Additionally, here are some perspective views from the apartments and the living green wall in the entryway that also helps promote our wellness initiative.
In terms of decarbonizing, we were able to lower our embodied carbon by using an existing structure, reclaiming materials, increasing property green space, and using solar and wind energy. In terms of our life cycle assessment, we reused a lot of existing material like our brick exterior and structural wood, and we removed other materials like our interior finishes and old asphalt roofing. Therefore, our new materials were sourced locally from within 50 miles of the site. And as for our global warming potential, our calculated baseline of 403,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent was able to be reduced to 177,000 due to the fact that we use an existing structure, source materials locally, and use continuous insulation. Furthermore, in terms of structural, we implemented mass timber CLT floor slabs on both our second and third floors to work with the existing light and wall structures, all of which enabled us to reduce our embodied carbon relative to doing new construction with steel.
We had to reference our knowledge of environmental systems to create an envelope that would work within the mercurial New Bedford climate. We found out that elevating the existing building structure to regenerate it would passively aid heat recovery and reduce utility costs, getting our HERS rating down from an unrateable number to -4 after project completion. We took advantage of the fact that we had a 1 foot thick brick facade, which helped majorly with our goals. All materials have been cleared to not appear on the Isle of Fi's red list. We'll be using a ground source heat pump, broken configuration at 6 tons. There's a site plan shown of the boreholes that we'll be drilling into it. We also will be using a water-to-water closed loop for our fan coil units to optimally provide heating and cooling for occupants depending on their needs. Having a majority ductless system not only lowered construction costs, maintained the architectural character of the building, but also allowed for an alternate method of having ductless HRVs for the units to provide optimal ventilation for the building. This is going to be a scalable method of design as it's not dependent on one building typology. And we're going to be using 2 electric heat pump water heaters, aerated bathroom and kitchen faucets, as well as efficient shower heads for our bathrooms. And this is a diagram showing the hybrid wastewater and rainwater system that's going to be collecting and filtering the water used for a hydroponics garden in the greenhouse.
The goal for our design is to reach net zero energy and be a beacon of efficiency for New Bedford. We use various strategies such as passive design, which includes daylighting on our envelope. We use efficient appliances such as Energy Star products and LED lighting, mechanical equipment such as our ground source heat pump, and renewable energy sources such as wind and solar. This daylighting graph shows our realized design versus our existing structure. The more we maximize daylight, the less reliance we have on artificial lighting. The monitor does an excellent job of this, as can be seen on the 3rd floor, and converting our arched garage doorways into windows on the 1st floor. This graph shows our total annual energy use of our realized design compared to the existing structure. Initially, the firehouse had an annual energy use of approximately 130,000 kilowatt hours. With increasing our insulation, reducing infiltration, and improving our glazing, we were able to reduce this by 59%. With the use of our ground source heat pump, another 9%, and finally, with our efficient appliances, another 5%. This results in a total reduction of 73%, resulting in our realized design being approximately 35,000 kilowatt hours. With the use of our renewable energy sources, we're able to achieve our goal of net zero energy.
And speaking of our solar, we'll have 30 panels used on the monitor roof as well as the pergola. Each one will have a maximum power generation of 365 watts. This will result in no reliance on fossil fuel-based energy and long-term energy and cost savings. It is important to note that excess energy will be directed back to the grid for New Bedford's use. Secondarily, we'll be partnering with Vineyard Wind for a source of wind energy. Their first base generated 800 megawatts of energy, which is enough to power 400,000 homes in Massachusetts. An NLPPA would give us $65 per kilowatt hour of energy, a comparatively low cost when it comes to having 100% renewable energy within the building.
We were also able to reduce our annual operational cost by 58% and our annual operational CO2 emissions by 78%.
We have had the ongoing support of people at these companies or organizations and have valued their input throughout this process. To conclude, a historic structure that's 130 years old was regenerated to provide advocacy for affordable housing in a tangible manner through access to transportation through a pedestrian bridge, as well as universal accessibility. Biophilic design, occupant safety, and adaptive reuse were also factors. We regenerated the building into a modern, realized net positive building through features such as daylighting, solar panels, as well as wind energy. And we also have the ground source heat pump and a tight envelope to complete that. And to be a beacon for the New Bedford community, we had urban agriculture, which is the first of its kind within the town, historic preservation, a scalable design, clean energy, and efficient energy systems, along with a leasing plan for nonprofits to see different kinds of building typologies and programming within the firehouse. This same hope should be applied for all underutilized public service buildings across the country, and we hope to see this design scaled in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard University. We'll now begin the 12-minute Q&A session. Jamie, would you like to go first?
Yes, sounds good. Thank you. That was great. Great presentation. Love seeing essentially like a historic building kind of brought back. Excellent kind of choice of project. Looking at the enclosure side of it, as I'm a closure kind of person, I'm not sure you could build the wall that you're looking at and stuff like that. So I'd like to kind of explore just like how you went about sort of, rebuilding a tight wall sort of tilted up against the existing masonry. So just maybe walk me through that design decision.
Yes, so we of course had to go through different, I would say, ideas when it comes to beefing up our envelope. Work with people at Page Design who are based in envelope and engineering, and also of course looked at what's currently happening in New Bedford for other projects, what they did with their envelopes. And so of course with our idea, we'd have to remove the brick facade and put that back. And so we'd be including a water barrier. We'd also be including an air barrier and continuous insulation. And we knew that we needed to get our value up to a better rate because currently it was going to be R8, and that of course would not stand the IEC's 2021 or ASHRAE standards. And so not only did we infill our walls with insulation, the batt insulation you see there, but we also added other layers of insulation to get our R27 value.
Thank
you. Okay. We all live in DC and we have a lot of firehouses you guys could have done this for, but no grudges, no grudges. Just from a financial perspective, just tell me about this Hillman lawn. Like, why did you guys decide that this was going to be part of this entire design? Because it's going to be generating income, right, based on this. So just tell me about why you guys decided that that has to be a part of your design.
Well, one of the first things we thought about were community, and we could have just designed the building in itself and the facility and provided those affordable housing units and the permanent supportive housing, but we also wanted to be an asset to the community. That was one of the goals that we had for this project. We wanted to invite New Bedford onto this historic building. It's a public service building, so why not give it back to the public? That was our main goal.
Yeah, and if I may add as well, we noticed that this isn't something that's not happening in New Bedford. They already are a city that has a lot of community events, and we just wanted to be a part of that and provide a space for them to continue to do that as well.
And this would be the first development project when it comes to affordable housing that would have part of their site dedicated back to it.
I like money, so.
Hi, yeah, I had a question about the power purchase agreement and kind of what led you guys there. It seemed that you had determined you were net zero on site. Like, what led you to procuring other additional renewable energy?
Yeah, so I think first opportunity was there because there is an offshore wind farm. We definitely wanted to take advantage of using their energy. And we noticed that in New Bedford, nothing ever goes to plan. So we wanted to have a backup in energy and make sure we're never using fossil fuels in the building. So it's more of like a third step. If the solar wasn't working, we didn't have any energy in that sense, we could use wind energy and, be still renewable at the end of the day. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I caught this because you flipped through it quick, but the cost estimate, the original developer compared to what you guys costed, saved 800,000, 700,000. What was that attributed to?
They did a lot of demolition that contributed to, and we didn't feel like we needed to do that. And we also, that was our baseline, and we kind of looked at it and we compared the two and figure out what we were doing, what they were doing. And I don't know off the top of my head, it's on the supplemental documentation, but yeah, there was very meticulous, uh,
Sections by division.
yeah, that we decided to take off.
So you use theirs as the starting point and
Correct.
and ways to be smarter about it and
Yeah.
strategies for
Exactly.
save cost savings.
Yeah, and I would like to add as well, they also are using all new materials, so everything they're purchasing is brand new and being brought to the site from who knows how far. You could speak more to this, Bria, but all of the, or most of the materials we're using are gonna be reclaimed as well from suppliers. So whatever we can't get for new, we either have donated or we, find it at a cheaper price. So that led to the cost.
Yeah, as well as source locally.
Yeah.
From the historic preservation side of it, was this a registered building, like on like a historic? Okay.
Yes.
So how did you manage to work with like the additions that you put on, the changes, the removing the masonry,
Yeah.
redoing windows and stuff like that? Like talking through that design, because they can be very restrictive, right? Obviously on protecting heritage. So how did you work through that in your design? What limitations did that put on the overall shape and architecture?
So when it came to those moves, there was a lot of consulting with the Historic Preservation Board of New Bedford. So a lot of our moves that we did make, it also depended on, like in case of the modern, using that historic vocabulary and bringing those things back was overall like the greater good of the community. And because we were bringing back a building that was abandoned, we were given the permission to make these moves. And also, just going through the documents and just like what things we were able to change, what things we were able to best right.
Yeah, and it's important to note as well, we mentioned that in 2022, Will began plans to start the firehouse. So they also were following the historical preservation. And so in collaborating with them, we found ways, of course, to make it more solar decathlon focused, but still, make sure that we're meeting all the requirements for their standards as well.
Thanks.
Back to money. The rent that you guys, I think the rent in the local area is 1.7. Oh yeah, there you go. And you got, how is that sustainable? What I mean by that is based on the cost of the actual project and living, is that actually going to be sustainable for a buyer or whoever retrofits a building like that in the future?
Yeah, so the project cost is roughly $1.3 million. And then roughly it would be $12,000 a year or $12,000 of revenue a year. And so over 10 to 12 years, you would see you break even. So in 10 to 12 years, it's I feel like it's pretty good compared to a 30-year mortgage or something like that. So
The Hillman bond, which is not even that aspect to our.
You good?
Yeah.
I had a question regarding you guys mentioned it was not in a floodplain, but near a floodplain, potentially 2 feet of sea rise. What did you need to address in this project site to really ensure resilience with that?
So we decided to add curbside bioswales along the site to help mitigate that in essence. And then we're also having this permeable soil mixture and using native botany that it's also resistant to water and help absorb that. And then also goes through the gravel bed as well. So just making sure the plots around the site are permeable to help mitigate that.
Okay. If I can tag on to the end, where was most of the mechanical equipment in the building? Is it in the basement? No, so actually, the interesting thing is because of the way we oriented it, ours would be on the first floor. There'd be a storage in the architectural section. There on the first floor, there's actually a room which is visible as well to visitors. We decided to have one glass wall so people when they're visiting, they can see what is the equipment that's actually being used in the building. A couple more slides back that actually shows, this actually shows as well. The heat pump water heaters as well as the heat pump. And just have them a chance to look at what's happening there. And then of course, it's a water to water loop. So pipes obviously a lot less space than ducts, and that would help us as well too. Yep. Great, thank you.
The roof monitor would be fantastic space, very bold move. The downside of that is you're giving up the best space to community and not leasable space, if I understand right. Did you guys explore that? Did you explore putting additional units up there? Did you explore ways to generate revenue from that space?
Yeah, I guess I can speak to that. We definitely had a lot of consideration about like, should we just make everything units, you know, and just maximize and shove as many as we could. But we honestly, we took a trip to the site physically and realized that it wasn't just about the housing, although of course that is a big priority of ours, but community centers. And so affordable people, whether in affordable units, they still deserve a communal center inside to be at. And so that's why we purposely were like, you know, instead of recreation as it historically was, let's make this a wellness room as well as a study room for people to be at. And not feel as though, yes, they're paying less rent, but they still should have the same amenities as market rate, we believe.
I'd like to add, as well as for the spaces that are the permanent supportive housing, we wanted to give them a space where they could feel like they could still have privacy, but they would have those beautiful views, especially knowing that New Bedford doesn't always have the greatest sunlight depending on the time of the year. And that huge monitor system gives everybody a good chance to really enjoy the scenery around it. Really helps better us.
Yeah.
And it kind of goes back to the point we made about privacy. We realized that the permanent supportive housing units would be people who are in this country for the first time. So adding that wellness part to this building, give them a sense of belonging, and be able to feel like it is something that is theirs, place that is home for them as well. So.
Also, I'm sorry. I feel that as people, we spend a lot of our times indoors, so we also want to incorporate a space that would promote wellness. Considering it's like, we don't want people to be cooped up in their apartments. So I feel like if we just utilize the space as extra space for residents or apartments, it wouldn't like serve its sole purpose. I feel like having this space would allow people to get out and explore the building in its whole and also like interact with other residents too.
Good.
Maybe I'll tag onto that question about indoor air quality. So obviously you're working with an existing building. It's been derelict for quite some time. It used to be a fire station. The number of toxins that are probably in this building are, you know, probably substantial. So how did that play into your overall approach to encapsulating, cleaning, et cetera, to make sure that you do have like that air quality that's, you know, top notch?
Yeah, so you know, of course, if there was a process to build this building, first of all, it would have to be walled up, I believe, because of, you know, making sure we're removing any asbestos, you know, different materials like that. But I think once the building is constructed, as Shania mentioned earlier, with the plants visible there, that plus the ductless HRVs, we believe would be sufficient enough to keep the air quality where it needs to be at that standard. And of course, we consider other things like having operable windows, which of course they all are, so people can open in that way. But even in the winter, when you don't want to open your window, you still will be able to have good air quality in the building.
No further questions? No further questions? This was great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. You probably would have been cut off on the question anyway. So.
Yeah, it's like-
Thanks, everyone.
I just want to take a picture.
Oh, of
Go
course.
ahead, go ahead.
Since we have 2 minutes. Which one do you want?
Are we on break now?
I think so.
Okay, thank you, Howard University.
was like-
We will now do a 20-minute break. University of Waterloo, please show up at 10:57 a.m. Mountain Time. Thank you.
Would you like us?
The photographer should probably-
Do you all want to be virtual presenters today?
No.
Then we have something to click the slideshow.
Yes.
Awesome.
Has anybody seen it?
Oh, no, they didn't take the clicker, did they?
They might.
They were all hanging.
Did you guys accidentally stick the clip in your pocket? Oh. You guys are the last team with it.
I think Di has a few skating to do. 1 second.
Okay, no worries. Thanks.
We practiced our transitions, so. This works. Hello?
Thank you. No, you're great.
That's me. Yeah. We'll give it a little test.
Okay, can you practice?
There's only side to side.
Sure. That's it. No, you're fine. That's why we practice.
You guys are still on Ontario time or what?
I'm gonna give it a different one. If I'm going to say that's okay, we'll just start a
Yeah.
presentation, so it will not clarity.
It'll just cut into our lunch.
Who's next? Is that it? You wanna go?
It's okay. In our studio courses, you're always crossing your fingers, making sure you're not the last presentation of the day, because if it says 2, that means you're at 4.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, learned that the hard way, but that's okay. I always check my wrist as if I'm wearing a watch. but it's not there.
So you definitely.
Means you
sound
should get over
like
it.
That sounded like me.
It's time to get a watch.
It's just the project.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
That one,
yeah,
it
yeah,
gives
yeah.
it away.
Yeah.
If I saw you writing, I'd probably notice the paper. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
all the-
What, it's time to get a watch?
Yeah.
I think between person, we should continuously adjust the mic height. I think that'd be great. Would be a great use of our time.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it.
Very short-lived, right?
It was.
She bopped around.
Yeah.
She's a free spirit.
She is.
I love her.
Oh, yeah, she's great.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll lean. I
It
also
was a pretty quick-
project very well.
Pretty quick with Morse in her.
Yeah.
Couple years.
I don't have an issue with
North
projecting.
Shore, Tom City.
Yeah.
She went up to Maine. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For
You
a
only
while.
need
Yeah,
about
they'll
a
last
few
for a
hours.
while.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's in Maine now. So, yeah, I think it seems like
I can see that.
that's where she's retrofitting like a really old house that she was in.
Nice, nice. Yeah, get a whole farm thing going down in
Mhm.
California and stuff.
Mhm.
Amazing. Let me give it a little. Oh,
So if you just go back to your first slide.
Well,
It's not up there.
it's not up there.
Oh, all good. There you go.
Full screen.
Yep.
Okay.
You just pause.
Beautiful. Hey.
Okay, we now welcome University of Waterloo. We're starting 1 minute late, but the team will still have full presentation time, as will the jurors. University of Waterloo, your 15-minute presentation time starts now.
Hello, everyone. I hope your morning's going well so far. I'd first like to thank our judges and guests for being here with us today. My name is Olivia, and I'm honored to be here as a part of Warrior Home's final presentation team, along with my fellow teammates, Alexia, Fawad, Richard, Aiden, Renee, and Sarah. The 7 of us are here representing Warrior Home, a dedicated team of students from the University of Waterloo who are committed to sustainable and affordable housing. Today, we will be walking you through our design, as well as addressing the 10 contests within the 2024 Design Challenge. Our goal for the 2024 Design Challenge is to integrate high-performing and affordable housing with community involvement in order to maximize replicability and longevity without compromising occupant comfort. Our project demonstrates Warrior Home's passion for creating positive changes within our community. Partnering with Habitat for Humanity, our project is supposed to be an extension of Habitat for Humanity's tiny home project, in which high school students build tiny homes for underprivileged families in order to gain experience in the skilled trades, as well as with supervision from industry professionals.
Our site is located in Georgetown, Ontario, neighboring a train station that connects us to the Greater Toronto Area and surrounding cities. We are near the downtown and are surrounded by suburban neighborhoods. Similar to many smaller Canadian cities, there's a mid to lower level walkability and bikeability at 68% and 49% respectively. In this area, approximately 70% of the residential building market consists of single detached housing, and about 11% is for row housing at second place. Approximately 2/3 of our age demographic is working age individuals, with retired communities and children splitting that remaining third. At the top of the slide, you'll see typical housing of this area, and our site is pictured here at the bottom of the slide. This is the design climate for Georgetown. Notably, the coldest and hottest average daily temperature is 21 and 69 degrees Fahrenheit, respectively. We have approximately 7,000 annual heating degree days and 1,950 hours of sunshine per year. Compared to Golden, Colorado, the daily average peak sun hours are approximately similar between April to August, although Georgetown significantly is lower in the colder months with as low as 2 hours in December. The neighboring train station connects us to the regional transit system and provides a unique opportunity to increase density in a prime area. The King and Queen Street intersection does provide an interesting challenge to the shape of our site, and so we focused our parking areas into that triangular corner, leaving the remaining area of the lot for the housing units. For considerations of drainage, we've implemented stormwater field drains beneath our paved areas to allow us to collect and redirect water to the city's sewer system. We've also implemented bioretention cells along King Street and Queen Street to help with water drainage as a result of our steep grade changes. These grade changes also impact our goal to have individual access to each unit. And we have as much as a 6.6 foot steep grade change toward King Street.
In the southern building, there is on-grade access on the south side for the 2-bedroom units. And then we stacked and mirrored the upper 2-bedroom units so their access is on the north side from the wooden porches. To ensure occupant comfort and well-being, we were deliberate in our glazing strategy, in which we maximized sunlight and daylighting while still abiding by maximum window-to-wall ratios and limiting distances between buildings for fire prevention required by the local building code. The north building features our accessible units, which have points of access on the same grade as our parking lots, so there is ease for people who have accessibility needs. Then, much like the south building, we stacked the 3-bedroom units and then mirrored them so their accesses are from the wooden porches on the south side of the building. In this exterior view, we can see our cladding of choice of rock panel. This is a non-combustible product made from rock and imitates wood. Therefore, it has far less upkeep and still maintains aesthetic qualities. This allows us to balance our goal of creating natural and biophilic aesthetics while still maintaining our need of non-combustible, low-maintenance cladding. Additionally, we can see that our site possesses quite a unique grade change, which we've taken advantage of by stacking our units and mirroring them so they each have individual access points. Furthermore, each floor is prefabricated, and the doubling of floors and ceilings allows us to meet minimum code requirements. Furthermore, the insulation between the ceilings and the floors and the demising walls allows us to have a sound transmission class of 48 and a fire rating of 45 minutes. In this render, we can see the shared space in between the buildings, which serves as a communal green space alley for the families and neighbors to enjoy in the warmer months of the year.
With our layout design, we focused on creating an intrinsically comfortable and familiar plan. The majority of our units feature well-proportioned glazing to allow for sufficient daylighting while keeping our window-to-wall ratio on average below 15% to minimize solar heat gains. As previously mentioned, with our challenging site grading, we do lose some accessibility in many of our units. As a result, we've kept the first floor of the north building to allow for single-story units that might help meet a greater variety of potential inhabitants and their needs. Additionally, as our project depends on prefabrication, the layout of our spaces is separated into 3 roughly equal portions, with the central portion typically being stairs and bathrooms, and the remaining portions being kitchens, living spaces, or bedrooms to make use of those exterior walls for glazing. As the modularity of our project requires a high degree of precision, we've placed a lot of care into aligning our infrastructure with our architecture. The bathrooms and plumbing walls are generally stacked to allow for ease of installation and maintenance, and the mechanical ducts and risers are also aligned with our partition walls to fade into the structure itself. All in all, we've managed to fit 14 units on the site, where previously only 6 was able to be designed. As you can see, fundamentally, we were able to achieve this without any reduction in occupant comfort. Some of our renders show, for example, a typical kitchen with plenty of daylighting and counter space. This is a render of our accessible unit, which we've designed to have wider spaces for ease of movement. And finally, a typical bedroom, which has built-in storage and ample direct sunlight for gloomier winter months, which we get a lot of.
So, as previously mentioned, our project is unique in that the prefabricated modules will be built by local high school students. These modules will include most of the interior partitions, stairs, and any temporary works required for transportation, since they will be built on site at these high schools. They're designed such that an entire floor of a unit can fit on a standard truck flatbed without needing any special permits, as shown in this diagram, with each floor split into 3 modules. And also, if you're wondering why the floors are split into 3 instead of shipping them as a whole, it's because the standard truck bed width is around 8.5 feet, which would result in extremely narrow units. So instead, by rotating the module such that the short dimension spans the truck width, we have freedom to create more comfortable units while maintaining modularity. Once on site, the modules will be placed on top of the concrete foundations and structural connections between modules will be installed. Then the insulation gaps will be filled with rigid insulation and all joints will be fully water and air sealed. Furthermore, cladding will be added over these areas, maintaining a seamless transition in the facade. And finally, as for roofing, an additional layer will be added on top of the modules. Now, when we said that these modules will be built by high school students, some of you may have been taken aback. Now, however, these students have demonstrated that they are capable of building these complicated designs. In partnership with Habitat for Humanity, students are already building tiny homes, and we plan on piggybacking this initiative by expanding it to our modules. See, I took woodworking as an elective in high school. And while I did get to build some pretty cool pieces, I would have loved to work on something like this. These kids, they'll get to work on tangible industry-related projects with experienced professionals. And although it may take a while, progress will be established. On site, professionals will be in charge of the assembly and a modular connection, but by involving the students, we hope to foster ingenuity through experiential learning.
Moving on to our enclosure, we have a cathedral ceiling design, which allows for a modular pitched roof and continuity of our control layers. The thermal, air, water, and vapor control layers are continuous up the wall and onto the roof assembly. The shingles and ventilated airspace are added on site to improve water shedding and allow for easier connections of these special upper floor modules. Our wall assembly has an R value of 39, which is achieved through a split insulation system. We have batt insulation between our wooden studs and rigid insulation continuous on the outside to prevent any thermal bridging that may be caused by the studs. These modules then sit upon an insulated concrete form foundation system, which integrates both the structure and the insulation of the foundation system. The ICF and the slab will both be site installed. The windows are to be triple pane argon filled with a low E coating and thermally broken frames. This is an example of how the modules will be connected on site. When they are built at the high schools, there will be a gap in the sheathing, insulation, and cladding in the top and bottom of each module. There will also be flashing and transitionary membranes in these areas. When on site, the materials will be infilled and the transition membrane will be applied over top of the sheathing to provide full moisture protection. In these details, you can also see the acoustic insulation between the units and the full continuous air barrier to mitigate smoke and odor transfer. Here are some key details, thermal models. You can see that the roof to wall transition as well as the intermodule connection are virtually thermal bridge free. It is also important to note that no condensation is expected during either summer or winter design conditions for any of the assemblies. Life cycle analyses were done throughout the design stages to help inform our decisions, inform our design decisions. Our current cradle to grave life cycle is 287 kilograms of CO2 per square meter, which is about 59 pounds of CO2 per square foot. Despite transportation being a large part of our project, you can see that the transport and waste transport are mitigated through the prefabricated nature of the project. Additionally, environmentally friendly materials were used, namely the concrete binder is high in supplementary cementitious materials like fly ash to decrease the embodied carbon of the concrete.
To achieve adequate indoor air quality and comfortable living temperatures, electric air source heat pumps are used in conjunction with energy recovery ventilators in every unit. The addition of the ERVs reduced the operational energy by preconditioning the fresh air going into the air handling units by
transferring otherwise wasted heat and moisture from the unit's return air. Distribution ducts are effectively routed to minimize material use by specifically sharing a main horizontal duct run through the main or the first level ceiling of multi-level units. Supply diffusers are also strategically placed near glazing to wash the windows to combat heat loss. Despite a higher upfront cost, a tankless water heater is used in every unit due to its high energy efficiency and durability compared to a conventional water heater. Drain heat recovery units are also used to reduce the home energy usage by 5 to 10% by preheating cold water into water heaters. Overall, Energy Star certified and low flow appliances were selected. To offset our total energy consumption of around 115,000 kilowatt hours, we have 148 PV panels that generate a total of 133,000 kilowatt hours annually. This installation is split between 2 south-facing roofs and a parking structure to maximize solar generation. Although our system does not include an energy storage, we plan to connect to the grid with a net meter that allows us to receive credit when we send energy back to the grid when we overproduce in the summer and draw power when we underproduce in the winter due to snow. This significantly decreases our capital cost while still being able to achieve a net positive building. In summary, our 2 buildings achieve a HERS index of 55, which is almost 50% more energy efficient than the model home of a similar size. Accounting for our on-site energy generation, we have a HERS index of -6, which indicates that it is a net positive building. Our total cost is projected to be around $3.8 million USD, which is equivalent to around $224 per square foot. And this is much less than the market median of around $407 per square foot in the same area. Accounting for our energy consumption and electricity cost in the same area, we save around $17,000 over a span of 13 years, which is the average amount of time an occupant spends in the same house.
Our mission is to help our partner create new, affordable, and sustainable homes. We hope that a combination of modular prefabrication solutions with responsive design will help that discussion. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you guys so much. That was great. I have a question on your modular design approach. So just thinking about scalability, because you guys have, I think, was it 3 floors? The 3 levels. Why did you guys land at just 3, and how easy will it be in the future to want to maybe go add more units to it, or is that possible? Is that something you guys factored into your design when you thought about a modular approach?
There's a consideration for this site we were provided where size restrictions, it's difficult to say provide access to stories that would be more than three floors. In this case, we were taking a lot of advantage from the grade changes, but it is with the repeatability, a flexible design that say you're given a different size lot, different grade conditions, it is repeatable for additional units. Should the space be provided for the additional access as well, which would be a similar, although modified design of our existing access currently.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, the middle units, like the middle modules, they're all the same. So you could stack a bunch of them on top of each other and create more than 3 stories if that was required for the site.
Yeah, I guess I had a question more about the community and the market there. Like, what drove you guys to creating the new buildings versus was there anything existing in the area that, you know, you could have selected?
So this is a site that Habitat for Humanity has owned for, I think, close to a decade.
Okay.
And they have struggled to build affordably on the site for that entire time. And with partnering with them, they gave us this site because it was a challenge in the shape and the grading and the area.
Okay.
And we were happy to take on the challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
And to add on to that, the existing lot did have a very old building that was eventually demolished for
Okay.
safety concerns.
Got it.
They had originally wanted to retrofit and work with that, but the city demolished it before they could get that off the ground, which is why we had to.
Understood.
Something, yeah.
Thank you.
2-part question on the prefabrication theme. did you work with an industry partner to help lay out the modules and get their feedback in terms of the framing and the support? I have a couple concerns about how things are framed and how that they would arrive on site. And I guess the follow-up to that would be, did you guys talk to them at all or consider modular instead, or, I'm sorry, not modular, but wall panels instead of modules?
Yes, so, the first part of your question was, sorry, about, oh, how, if we work with an industry professional. So we work very closely with some of our professors who have experience with like the structure of modular things. And they helped us work out a shape that would fit on trucks to improve efficiency of transport. And yeah, we worked closely on top of that. As for the second part of your question about wall panels, that is something we also had considered. But if you go back to like our community impact with the students for Habitat for Humanity, creating a modular, like with finishes and everything inside, is a better experience for the students than just making panels over and over again. And our partner really wanted us to keep that challenge of creating modules instead of panels.
So my question is about, so in your exterior insulated walls, you use rigid insulation, but in your roof, you use semi-rigid insulation. Why?
They're more or less the same. We spec them, it'll likely be something like rock wool comfort board, which is kind of in between semi-rigid and rigid, depending on who you talk to. So yeah.
It was both going to be mineral wool. Okay, it's not like an XPS or something like that.
No.
Okay. And
Only in the package.
okay. And follow up on that one, if I may. Yeah. The siding is made from some kind of rock product or something. This is relatively heavy, I assume.
It's thin panel. It's not too bad. It's I would say similar to like a fiber cement panel, just heavier but not crazy.
Okay. And my question was going to be about like thermal bridging and attaching, going through that much insulation, and the impact of weight would increase the amount of thermal bridging you would have, and how you kind of address that.
Like a cascade clip or.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on your HVAC system? Because I know you have air source heat pumps at the units, but then you have the ERV unit as well. So like which part of that is kind of central to the entire building? Which part is just for each individual unit?
So none of it is central according to like our code and stuff like that. You need to have individualized mechanical systems for every single unit. So we have an ERV and an air source heat pump for every single unit.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's code prohibitive. Got it.
And it is more efficient for the ducting and everything. With fire safety. That could be a concern as well.
Yeah, I have a question related to the cost. So you guys showed, I don't know, 35–40% cost savings relative to typical construction in the area. Where did you find that savings? Like how'd you get that? Like what was in the baseline that was not in your design? Yeah.
Well, the typical, we were just looking at market analysis.
Okay, so you had a value from the market and then you calculated yours. Okay.
And the typical homes in the area are relatively older, they're all single family homes, 60s, 70s. The pricing obviously has fluctuated, so we did our best to.
Okay, so that's not the price of a new build, that's existing housing stock.
It's kind of whatever's in the area, which is a mix of
Okay.
new build and existing, mostly existing, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
You've got some nice urban space on the south side with an overhang. Did you guys consider taking some of the solar panels and putting those on the south elevation too?
On the south, you mean like on the facade?
Or the pergola or the canopy at the lower level?
We did consider that, although it would only be on a small portion of the very south of the south building, because there would be too much shading on the south part of the north building. And we fit enough solar panels on our south facing roofs and our covered parking to like negate the need for more solar panels, because they are costly, and we don't want to add extra costs where they are not needed.
You mentioned having tankless electric resistance water heaters for each unit. Could you just walk us through whatever analysis you might have done between that and a tank water heater, whether it's a heat pump type or just an electric, or just your analysis, why you arrived at the tankless system?
Just research compared, so like comparing, I've seen a lot of comparisons online, just like tankless water heaters versus tank water heaters. More, it looks like the industry is moving towards a tankless water heater, just so you're not constantly heating like a gallon of water for every unit. Also for structural considerations, it is difficult to have like a bunch of modules stacked and still be able to carry and consider the weight or the load of that water heater. As for the like other options like heat pumps and all that stuff, we just thought that a tankless water heater would be the kind of the most convenient option to install in affordable housing.
Given your proximity to the GO train station, which I assume is probably fairly loud, what did you incorporate into sort of like an acoustic design for at least those units that are on that side?
So it's like that's provide a lot of barrier, but we do plan like there would be some sort of fencing, some sort of barrier, like physical barrier and acoustic barrier between the parking lot and the housing. There is the benefit of parking lot, like the train track is not right against the lot line. They do have a parking lot, so it's a little bit of a distance, but yes, for sure, the noise was something we considered.
And according to Ontario code, you need to have a minimum of 30-meter setback from the railway site to any type of housing. So that does give us a bit of a buffer zone and matched with our installation choices. We have considered the sound effect and the acoustic effect coming from the trains.
I've got one. Yes.
Last question.
Okay, maybe last question. So I have a note from your narrative that I think you guys included the word islandable with your PV system, and I might be off, so correct me, whoever, if I am, but I'm curious how you guys thought about PV in terms of resilience, or if the grid goes down, is there any sort of thing in place or energy storage or anything like that?
So currently our design does not have any energy storage to give extra cost.
Sure.
And our grid is actually very reliable. We have had minimal power outages in the past few years. I don't remember the last time we had one. And yeah, our grid is very reliable. So currently we don't have any, but there is the option to include it if the clients do want that in the future.
Okay. If you guys don't have much more, I have one more. Did you consider, like potentially excess PV and EV charging or adding some sort of amenity like that to the building? And if you did, why didn't you?
Absolutely. I think with our consideration to EV in particular, it's definitely something that can be added in the future.
Sure.
Parking garage is sort of open. There is sufficient space for expansion and moving things around to accommodate for the additional infrastructure that might be needed. At the moment, EV adoption is not as progressive in Canada as it is here in the States. But we are aware that that's a rapidly changing trend. And we've made sure to include space for that in the future if the market needs change, depending on the clients and future inhabitants of the home, which will outlast 15 years, 20 years, etc.
Sure.
And as for adding extra PV, that we did debate adding a bunch more PV, but they are quite expensive. And since this is intended to be an affordable project, the addition of extra PV where our project is already net positive wasn't really needed, or benefits didn't outweigh the monetary cost that would come.
Sure. So like the net metering, what you'd get back from that system didn't really provide financial surplus. No.
Thank you, University of Waterloo.
Thank you.
Okay, we now welcome Virginia Commonwealth University. If you're here, please come up to the room, or if you're virtual, please share your camera.
Please. I'll try not to.
Who's going to give us 1 point?
About a minute. We now welcome Virginia Commonwealth University. Your 15-minute presentation time starts now.
Good morning, judges. New VCU is a multidisciplinary team across 4 colleges at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, Virginia. Our project presents a transformative approach for attached housing designed for lower income neighborhoods by promoting energy efficiency and adaptable living. As a diverse undergraduate team from 4 different programs at VCU, we bring a unique perspective to the competition. Our group includes a wide range of topics, including engineering and interior design, urban planning, and environmental studies. Our design strategy started by leveraging opportunities in Richmond, one of which is the Maggie Walker Land Trust Program, the only combined community land trust and land bank in the country. Other partners provided guidance throughout, encouraging us to be more simple in our design, considering limitations as opportunities. Our team is composed of 3 groups: design, engineering, and research, to tackle details of each contest.
We started by researching our city. Richmond is the capital of Virginia and lies in the middle of the state. Our site is located on the fall line of the James River in the south side of Richmond. Richmond is a mixed humid climate. Heat and humidity are a large concern for Richmond's residents, making our attention to health and comfort a high concern. Our site is in a historically redlined neighborhood, which led to several inequities in the neighborhood, from low home ownership rates, numerous undeveloped lots, and having a low health opportunity index. We are proposing a more sustainable, more affordable, and equitable housing option. Our team's overarching goals are multi-generational living, a more affordable housing, and tackling climate and health inequities.
To assess these challenges, we started by exploring our site that's located just south of the James River on Semmes Avenue. This area is racially diverse and home to many low-income individuals and families. According to the Richmond 300 Comprehensive Plan, 55% of lots in this area are vacant or undeveloped, making it a good opportunity to design an attached housing complex that adds density to the site. Residents can enjoy the various amenities provided by the site, including a bus stop, bike and pedestrian infrastructure, and access to the James River. The abundance of parks and accessible green spaces makes this the ideal site to develop low-income housing in order to combat traditional inequitable building practices and help break the cycle of poverty in this historically redlined neighborhood. Buying a home has become increasingly unaffordable, especially to those in low-income occupations. Our target market are multi-generational families who make 80% AMI. As finances are an important factor in multi-generational living, we are utilizing the Maggie Walker Land Trust to eliminate the cost of land from the price of the home.
Multi-generational living, where 3 or more generations live under the same roof, has become increasingly popular for many reasons. Not only is it important to many cultures, it is relatively cost-effective, and it's an affordable way to take care of the elderly and give them a comfortable space where they can age in place. We wanted to target multi-generational families because some of the members on our team have lived in multi-generational households and have experienced the need firsthand for spaces that are affordable, flexible, and can accommodate different living arrangements. Because we have so many interior designers on our team, we wanted to implement our knowledge of human-centric design and universal design to create an accessible home that can accommodate anyone of all ages and abilities. The reimagined row house is designed to pay tribute to the historic architecture of Richmond and reflect the surrounding area's architectural context. Our unit is composed of 2 compact, simple volumes, a 2-story bedroom wing and a 1-story living area that's connected by an entry and utility core. The undeveloped Maggie Walker site offered our team the opportunity to add urban density, provide an affordable housing option, and benefit off of the south-facing orientation.
Passive solar has driven much of our design. It is central to minimizing energy use and provides an elevated sense of space. The living area, traditionally the most inhabited space of the home, is oriented east-west. Large windows in the sunroom are angled 15 degrees to create the ideal orientation to capture southern daylight on this particular site. Clear story windows provide indirect light to the high volume living area, allowing its small footprint to feel more gracious and comfortable. Our design proposal leverages passive solar and ventilation strategies. From the start, we knew this approach was critical to achieving one of our primary goals, affordability. In Richmond, windows can be opened much of the year to invite cool breezes into a warm interior or simply circulate the air. We have kept each wing narrow and located windows and doors across from each other to utilize the natural ventilation opportunities afforded by Richmond's mixed climate, paying particular attention to the mechanics of heat transfer with clear story windows that ventilate hot air buildup. Airflow is enhanced through the 2-floor bedroom wing by the opening at the stairs, which also gives the owners a sense of connectivity between spaces. Wheelchair access is provided on the north side of each home. Each unit features a van accessible parking space with an adjacent ramp and stair, a covered entry, and a discrete area for city trash cans and optional electric car charging. A connecting neighborhood sidewalk rings the site, provides a walking path to the city bus stop and rainwater garden. New VCUs focus on accessibility at all scales. Care was taken to address universal design standards on the first floor level of each unit, paying particular attention to the kitchen and bath dimensions, materials, and cabinetry. Unit A is designed to accommodate multi-generational families and has an ADA accessible first-story bedroom with a bathroom. The kitchen, wardrobe, and bathroom on the first floor are fully accessible for those who use wheelchairs. The kitchen is designed to be flexible and can accommodate changing needs in the future. The colors in the space provide appropriate contrast for those who are visually impaired. Unit B has a biophilic and wellness design with floor-to-ceiling windows and an indoor garden and an exterior green wall. The green wall acts as a sound barrier while the indoor garden purifies the air. The space includes a rain barrel for rainwater harvesting. The exterior food forest also has native Virginia plants to promote a connection to the surrounding environment while providing access to fresh produce. Unit C has been developed with thorough understanding of trauma-informed design principles to provide a refuge for those in need. The calming atmosphere includes soft lighting, soothing colors, and comfortable seating. The lower cubbies and open shelving empower individuals to have agency and security in their surroundings. The unit has been positioned for easy access to the garden. An additional window in the common area has been installed to allow more natural light and a view of the garden.
We've taken a holistic approach to health on our site and in our home. Featured is our native conservation landscaping design, which utilizes local nurseries for plantings. This landscaping is meant to provide stormwater management services, promote biodiversity and pollinator health, increase the home's efficiency, and reduce the urban heat island effect. To address air quality within the home, we have designed to indoor air plus standards. Our warm and humid climate is best mitigated through an unvented attic and crawl assembly, which will further benefit the efficiency of the mechanical systems in the home. Our clear story windows will be operable through a smartphone system, allowing users to naturally ventilate their homes on all levels. Our building envelope was designed to balance efficiency, affordability, and life cycle. Our assemblies exceed IECC requirements with an R60 roof, R29 walls, and R21 crawl space, each of which have their own continuous insulation. Our windows were critical to our envelope design. We have partnered with Intus Windows, a local high-efficiency window provider featured in many Richmond projects. These windows were chosen both for their thermal and acoustic performance. Our OITC and STC ratings align with their other project on Semmes Avenue, which perform appropriately for highway-level noises.
The engineering team focused on affordability within the context of high performance and net zero. The affordability metric used was energy burden, which is annual energy bill relative to household income. With a target market being medium to low income households, the team assessed savings from an 8% energy burden. The team assessed the effectiveness of engineering systems based on energy burden outcomes. The heating and cooling system of the dwelling is controlled by a ground source heat pump that is equipped with heat recovery for domestic hot water. Ground loop heat recovery for hot water maximizes the ground loop heat exchange and embodies high efficiency in a tight space. Both of our units boast high efficiency factors of 21 EER, 4.4 coefficient of performance, and a uniform energy factor of 3.88. Hybrid hot water heating allows for users to control the heat pump and resistance heating functions of the water heater for indoor comfort and efficiency. Addressing humidity control is imperative for indoor comfort in our mixed humid climate zone. The ERV control kit allows users to control fan speed and humidistat settings to optimize indoor comfort. To bolster indoor air quality, the ERV will come with MERV 13 filters. For the air handler, it can be remotely controlled with a separate thermostat equipped with Wi-Fi connection and compatibility with the Bosch Easy Start app. Heat recovery for domestic hot water will drastically reduce energy consumption. By preheating city water in tandem with the heat pump function of the water heater, it offers high efficiency, low carbon, and cheap water heating. All fixtures are EPA WaterSense certified, allowing for conservative water use year-round.
Now, for the energy analysis of our home, we employed Ecotrope Energy Analysis tool and calculated our residents' annual power consumption to be approximately 7,278.8 kilowatt hour per year. To meet these energy requirements, the residence relies on solar power system connected to the grid. The estimated solar generation was modeled using helioscope. The system comprises of 17 roof-mounted solar panels, 11 of which are mounted on the south-oriented roof, and the rest of them are mounted on the north-oriented roof, which are projected to generate an estimated of 8,732 kilowatt hour per year. This output surpasses the total estimate annual power demand by 19%. We based on our design on 410 watt REC solar panels with efficiency of 22.2% and an annual degradation rate of 0.25%. The array of solar panels is then connected to a DC combiner that includes a circuit breaker for overcurrent protection. The combined DC power from the array of solar panels will go through the DC ground fault interrupter, ensuring that the system is operating safely. The combined DC power then feeds into the inverter to convert power from DC to AC. The basis of the design is the Solar Edge string inverter with efficiency of 99% and the range to handle up to 11.4 kilowatt of energy conversion. The inverter has an integrated arc fault protection and rapid shutdown, both of which are required by code. Now, you may notice that our solar system does not have a battery system integrated with it, battery storage. This is because adding a battery would end up adding roughly about 22% additional cost to our solar system. However, our project is located in an urban environment where the electrical grid is relatively more resilient and the power cuts are minimal. So to maintain the cost efficiency, we decided to not include a battery in our current system.
For energy modeling, the team utilized Ecotrope to compare the design to a baseline model. The code minimum baseline scored a 72 HERS with heating and cooling loads of 19 and 16 kilobTUs per hour, all while consuming 15,000 annual kilowatt hours. After applying passive design criteria such as natural ventilation and a high performance envelope, the HERS dropped to a 58, achieving a 30% reduction in heating and cooling loads and 7% annual energy savings. After designing with LED lighting, efficient appliances, the engineering basis of design, HERS drops to a 31 with 53% energy savings. Finally, after accounting for the PV system, which produced more energy than is consumed, the HERS drops to a -8 with 110% savings from baseline. Energy burdens for our design show that even without PV, our proposed model beats Richmond averages. With adequate HERS scores and design constraints, we meet standards of Energy Star, Zero Energy Ready Home, and Indoor Air Plus.
Knowing that this was a new construction, our goal was to minimize embodied carbon as much as possible. We leveraged One-Click LCA as a tool to verify our material choices were as low impact as possible while also promoting efficiency and affordability. Further, this development aligns with Richmond's planning initiatives to develop densely along the transit corridor, soon to be receiving a bus rapid transit line. In order to keep our home affordable to the Maggie Walker clientele, the maximum budget of the home was around $250,000. We achieved this through various rebates in the land trust model, making concessions in the design process as needed. We have forgone the battery for the PV array and electric car charging as we do not feel they currently fit our residents' needs, but the option is available for homeowners to add these to their homes as they see fit. Integration of strong passive design elements, solar, ground source heating and cooling, and efficient appliances produces a high-performance dwelling. Our final performance yields annual carbon emissions of 2.2 tons per year, a HERS score of -8, a construction cost of $147 per square foot, and a carbon index rating of 7. Thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to hearing your questions.
Sure. Thank you. Great job, guys. You kind of breezed over it quickly. There was a slide on the enclosure. I'm kind of just curious how you landed at where you landed with the thermal performance of the enclosure.
So for our building envelope, we were encouraged by our industry partners to keep things, both products that you can buy at Lowe's to a certain extent. Richmond at this point in time is not known for this type of construction. So we wanted to minimize any sort of anything that deviates from the standard. And so we use Rockwool because that's very common in Richmond. The metal roofing is, we only used 1 layer of polyiso rather than 2 because adding those layers would take more time and complicate things more. And then we chose for the spray foam, they're a Richmond company. So it's all centered about what Richmond could handle at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
And for the performance, we used Ecotrope to model improved R values.
So you did a couple iterations trying to, okay, great, thank you.
The site is relatively constrained. You guys chose to go with a crawl space, which elevated you 4 feet off the ground. You could have done slab on grade, which would have reduced some of the ramping and stuff. Can you talk about why you chose the crawl space and elevated versus slab on grade?
Yes, so there's a couple reasons for it. First, this is in or adjacent to a historic district of which front porches are required. And so that keeps with the architecture style. We also feel that sometimes slab on grade is equivalent to cheap construction, and we wanted to elevate these homeowners in multiple senses. There's also concerns with flooding. It's not so severe as if this house is going to be flooded all the time, but Richmond does occasionally have hurricanes. The road does flood. And so that's another reason for the landscaping too, is we knew that it was important to integrate that into our design. And then finally, it is a dense construction and there's limited storage. And so since we're providing such a clean and well built up crawl space, users will be able to store things down in there.
It's fully enclosed.
Yes.
I obviously love the idea of a lot of passive strategies that you guys implemented in. I'd like you to talk through a little bit on the natural ventilation, the high humidity, your interior dehumidification, like how all that stuff is going to be balanced, the acoustics off the road, Like in on all honesty, when you did your sort of energy modeling, how much was accounted for like that free cooling through ventilation, like open windows versus what was the impact essentially on the occupants within the place?
If I can add to that before I answer.
Yeah.
Is, part of your, presentation, you guys mentioned a lot about like opening windows and stuff. So with the humid climate, introducing humidity to the space, just worried about how you're gonna dehumidify that air that you're introducing. So.
I can take this one. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. So it is difficult to model open ventilation and everything like that, especially within the tool that we use, Ecotrope. However, our ERV is going to operate in continuous ventilation. So it's going to be constantly ventilating bathrooms and a central vestibule area as well.
So it's dehumidification through your.
Right, through
that
exhaust
system.
air.
Okay.
I would also say that like humidity is an issue in the summer, like dead of summer, but you know, spring and fall, it's relatively comfortable. And expected that you would have your windows open.
Yeah. And because of the limited measurability within Ecotrope, you'd likely see larger passive savings than what we were able to measure.
That's a fair statement. Yeah.
I have some clarifying questions, just so I can better understand your, like the design of that building. So your analysis, is that over the entire structure? Because I know you mentioned you have a -8 Hertz rate. Is that the entire structure? Is it per unit? I'm just trying to understand really that.
Per unit.
Per unit, okay. Amazing.
For most of our calculations were per unit.
Okay. And then you guys touched about how this is a multi-generational living. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on how you solve that problem, on the type of individuals or people that could be living in these spaces?
So on the first floor, we provided a bedroom and a bathroom. We felt that that could be a good opportunity for people who, like the elderly, could stay down there. Sometimes even depending on all ages, abilities range all over. So it's a spectrum. So we provided that downstairs. So that was our way of tackling that. And then the kitchen also has high contrast in the materiality to sort of help with visual impairment. And I know that the kitchen and the materials are also able to be changed depending on user needs.
So a big part of the floor plan was flexibility. So in, you know, our personal experience, it's not always grandma and grandpa that are living on the first floor. It could be all the kids, it could be mom, dad, and baby. So we really just wanted to have sort of like a private area for any demographic, depending on the family situation. And same with upstairs. We made sure that we were able to fit, you know, 2 beds in each room, ample closet space, so that no matter what kind of family you have, you can find an arrangement that will work for you.
I'm not ready.
Okay. So in your roof section, you included spray foam as a third type of insulation. Did you consider, or just talk about that consideration, why you chose that versus just sticking with the mineral wool?
So with the that we chose I-beam rafters. And so with the mineral wool bats, there was extra space. And we already would have the spray foam provider on site for the crawl space. And then that allowed us to hit the R60. Without the R60, we would have, or without the spray foam, we would have had to adjust to hit that metric.
Okay, I remembered my question. So I remember the layout of the PV, there was some slanting north, and I was just wondering if there was a lot of implications with the shading of that, or like a lot of degradation, I guess, of actual output of those panels that were between the buildings. Yeah, I think you just hit it there.
Yeah. This one?
Yeah.
So there are, yeah, as you mentioned, there are 2 roofs per unit. One is south oriented and another one is north oriented. And we had to put some panels on the north oriented roof just because not everything fit on the south one. And we did have an option to fit everything on the south one, but in that case, we would have to go for more expensive solar panels. And
so this just,
we didn't want to do that. And as far as the north facing is concerned, this was modeled using helioscope, and we also consulted our industry partners about that. And based on their insight, it's not too different, and the degradation is also not too different. It varies, it obviously varies, but at the same time, it's not that bad. And the side, there's not too much shading on the side, so it's accommodated.
thank you.
These were not modulars, right? Modular built, like this was site built? Am I right? Okay. These look like perfect modulars buildings. I mean, this is like repeated. It's like on, on stilts, the whole thing. Did you go through that process? Did you consider the impact of potentially making them modular, and why did you go with site built?
There is not strong modular build local to Richmond. You would have to go very far to achieve that.
Also, our site is also very unique. It's a long site. This doesn't normally happen in Richmond, so we had to consider a lot of other possibilities as well, in addition to that.
Lots of components, geothermal, heat pump, water heaters, solar. Can you tell us a bit about maintenance of these systems? How do you propose these systems are going to be maintained? How cheap or affordable or expensive is it going to be? How does that add to how did that, if it did, add to your analysis of affordability for these units?
So we utilize RS means for a lot of the cost of the maintenance. A lot of the units are accessible for technicians to come in and maintenance the units. Our flow center is in the crawl space versus in that first floor bedroom. So there is crawl access to get down there. Yeah.
Can you flip to the isometric of your heat pumps? Is the heat pump water heater connected to the GeoLoop, or it's independent?
It is independent of the GeoLoop. There's a separate heat recovery heat exchanger within that heat pump.
Okay. Did you consider hooking it up to the GeoLoop?
Yes, we found it difficult to find local heat pump water heaters that could be geothermal. So that was why we went with something more conventional.
There's one more. I guess one question kind of tying into the modular concept. So tell us how this is marketable. You said it's a unique lot, it's a long lot. How could you take this and expand it to different lots? Or did you guys kind of play into that?
It is a unique lot. And there are certainly other lots shaped like this. It's not plentiful.
Sure.
But the whole concept behind this is not Richmond construction. We do have large net zero, or we have like highly technical commercial buildings, but not for residential, and especially not for low income neighborhoods. So it's really the concept, us stepping forward and saying, hey, this can be done.
Yep.
To show the housing providers that we would find this important.
Great, thank you.
Can we sneak one last one in?
Up to you.
About 50 seconds left.
Okay. So looking at your LCA, what was the largest impact on your LCA? And then how did you kind of wrestle with that?
It was largely the roof. It's a very extensive assembly. I would say I was surprised by the LCA analysis of the metal roof. It was higher than asphalt shingles. And I'm wondering if that was because it was not accounting for recycled aluminum, which we would have used. And then we chose polyiso, which is slightly more expensive, but it's higher performing. And we plugged each one in, the EPS, the XVS, and the polyiso. And that one did come out with the lowest life cycle impact.
Thank you, Virginia Commonwealth University. We now welcome Toronto Metropolitan University. If you're here, please come up to the front, and if you are a virtual presenter, please turn your camera on.
Who's next? Who's next?
Toronto.
Really make sure you emphasize that.
Toronto.
It's actually Toronto.
I did, sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, I won't say it. I won't say Ryerson.
Which one?
Yeah, just those two. Yeah.
While we're waiting, just a few announcements. After this presentation, we'll have lunch. We have a group photo at 1:15 in front of the NREL Cafe, which is where we were all last night. Presentations will resume at 1:45 p.m. on the dot. Thank you. We now welcome Toronto Metropolitan University. Your 15-minute presentation time starts now.
Hello, everyone. I just want to first thank the Solar Decathlon for hosting us today and our judges. Today, we'll be presenting our Healthy Attached Housing Project on Gerrard Street. We're representing Toronto Metropolitan University, which is located in Toronto, Canada. So here's our group of four. My name is Graham Jones, and I'm joined today by my colleague, Razma Bella. So to introduce the project, Toronto, as many other urban areas in North America, is facing a housing crisis, where the supply of residential units are not matching population growth. This has caused a severe rise in housing costs. The housing stock is aging, and as well as increasing homelessness in the area. So thankfully, Toronto has implemented new bylaws to allow for the adoption of laneway units. So as seen on the figure on the right, these are some of the proposed sites of laneway units in the GTA, which is the Greater Toronto Area, where we think our project could also be scalable and implemented. This is our project summary. So this is just kind of a hierarchy of what we wanted to address. Firstly, we knew we wanted to have water resiliency. So a gray water reuse system would be a great way to do that. We wanted to adapt, because of these laneway units, we wanted to adapt modular construction into our design so that these could be replicated on the similar sites across the city. And in that we also densifying the urban area of Toronto, providing more sustainable housing. With the climate crisis, obviously embodied carbon and operational carbon were at the forefront of what we wanted to design for, as well having clean energy. So we have no natural gas on site, everything is electric and renewable. And at the top, for the cold climate of Toronto, we wanted to ensure it had a high R value, while also considering hydrothermal performance across the varying seasonal temperatures in Toronto.
Perfect. So the current project that we have is 2 semi-detached fourplexes. And in those semi-detached fourplexes, we have 2 bedrooms in each unit. So that being in the main unit, we're going to have 8 units. And then in the laneway at the rear of each one, you have a 3-bedroom unit at each side. So 10 units altogether. And although I know we don't have parking on site, it's a great opportunity because then we're promoting stuff like public transit. We have schools nearby. We have everything else, bike share stations, public libraries. So everything is around a walking distance, which is perfect. So this is our overall presentation structure for today. To look at design goals now, our first one is occupant well-being and IEQ. And the way we hit on that is just by our interior material first. And we looked at that with having materials that were not on the red list and also did not include any VOCs. And then also to piggyback on top of that, we really tried to push natural material in our designs. Our energy resilience was also formed with having on-site renewable energy with our PV systems. And then water resilience was touched upon with efficient plumbing fixtures, along with our gray water reuse system, which is in the bottom left corner there. Perfect. And now our scalability was formed with having modular flexible designs that can be kind of copied and pasted to other stuff like Graham was mentioning, along with our site logistics. The hard part with our site logistics is we have power lines running at the front and back of the property. And that was a little bit of something we were talking about. And what we had or came up with, we determined that the use of the modular construction warranted us following either having a road closure first, and with that road closure, evaluating the exact crane height we would need to lift those units above those power lines just to have a safe and safe install. Along with that, then we'd also obviously have to think of time constraints with that involved. And then just to close off everything, we'll have all Energy Star certified appliances, along with having, with that in mind, with our envelope and our mechanical systems, we'll be able to get some of the government rebates, along with local rebates like Enbridge to involve and help out. So our floor plan for our main units are as follows. So our first floor, I kind of colored nicely, and we're gonna have consist of 4 modules per floor. And then our basement's gonna be an ICF 4, just because I think it would be difficult in our climate also to get that down. So we just did our 3 above grade floors with this in mind. And then this is our laneway units. With the same thing in mind, our laneway units are a little bit wider. So we also had to follow 4 module units in each floor and then combine those. And then with that, to maybe extend the project even more, to make the modular units more feasible, I think it would be beneficial to generate a BIM model just to map out the locations of all MEP utilities so that they can be easily installed on site. And perfect. So our project data, so we're in Toronto, so we're currently at climate zone 5A. And with that in mind, our lot size for this total project was 50 feet by 125. And then our building size is 10,527 square feet, with ranging from units depending on 900 square feet to 1,200 square feet. And some of this, the main things we wanted to highlight was with our utilities, with just only electricity after PV, we'll have like around $30 a month for each unit. And then our carbon emissions operational will be 0, but that's because we're creating energy on site and with purchasing also clean energy offsite. Our embodied carbon would be 69.2 pounds of CO2 equivalent per feet squared, while our EUI would be before PV 30.96 kBTU per feet squared per year. And then after PV, it's going to be 17.6, with our TEDI going to be 4.8, and then our HERS without PV is 40, and with PV it's going to be 27. So in order for us with our envelope assemblies, there's a lot of considerations we could have followed. It was really the sky's the limit. So what we kind of proposed was like 3 main things we want to hit on. So we looked at low carbon assemblies, also with like cost effective assemblies, along with high performance assemblies. So what we kind of discussed after and put together was we're able to go with the low carbon assembly, along with using other performance, like high performance materials to improve that assembly while not going over our carbon intake. So these are some of the assembly materials above grade that we used. And 3 out of the 5 of them are from locally in Canada and Toronto. And then 2 of them, so the timber HP is from Maine, and the exterior cladding would be from Portland. But the way we wanted to go about this was at least everything we could get from around here would be perfect. And then high performance things that we really want to touch upon and change in terms of around Toronto and grabbing materials is we kind of went further out for it. And then for below grade, our ICF and concrete will be from Toronto locally. And then our gravel is from Vermont. And then with that in mind, we kind of wanted to think of local first and then go out and look around. For our material assemblies, I just wanted to put quickly our control layers. So on our control layers for our wall was as followed, just in our cold climate also. And then with Woofy, I kind of used it as like to verify that none of the moisture from outside was going inside. So I used the interior gypsum board and seeing how much moisture was going in. And it was around approximately under 1% of moisture content. And then also, again, for the roof assembly, I did the same thing, label my controllers just to see how the wall assembly is actually working. And then again, it was under 1% of moisture content percentage. And we use this for everything using Therm, Woofy, and Energy Plus just to verify that all our assemblies were well thought out.
So now for our enclosure targets, these are the effective values using the modeling that we had done. So our slab is an effective R value of 25. Our below grade assemblies are not effective R value of R41. Above grade is R46. The roof is R60.5. We aim to achieve an air tightness of 0.6 air changes per hour, which is in line with passive house standards. And our windows are an imperial of U.015. Which we source from Poltech, so it's also a cost-effective option. In our engineering considerations, deconstruction was already done before we received the project. But as you can see here on the image on the right, that was a single-family dwelling house that got removed, and then the 10 units from this project that we placed on the site. Our lighting is going to be 100% LED using halo lights. Our appliances are Energy Star efficiency or higher. And for our structural considerations, we're going to have ICF below grade for the main unit. The laneway units are going to be on helical piles. We're going to use TGI for both the walls at 9.5 inches to increase the amount of insulation we can fit, and the roof at 11 7/8. For our engineering considerations, we're implementing rooftop PV, so we're going to have 57 panels, which will generate a total of 41,000 megawatt hours of on-site energy. To achieve net zero carbon status, we're purchasing Bullfrog Power, which introduces renewable energy into the grid, which we can purchase to propel us to the net zero carbon target. For our mechanical specifications, we'll be utilizing an air source heat pump, which is 1-to-1 with both outdoor and indoor units. Our domestic hot water will be a standalone in-unit hybrid air source heat pump. For gray water, we'll be using a Hydroloop H300 reuse system, and our ventilation will be using a balanced ERV. So that ERV will be responsible for moving heat from the air source heat pump itself. And then this image here just shows the location of where each of the units are in relation to a one unit. The highlighted area there is the laundry room, which will have double drywall for sound destination as well as sound insulation and an acoustic door. Now moving on to our LCA. So this was completed using one-click LCA. For our main unit, we were able to achieve an embodied carbon intensity of 220.3 kilograms of CO2 per meter squared. And then our laneway, we were able to achieve 117.8 kilograms of carbon dioxide per meter squared. The difference between the main unit and the laneway unit is due to that ICF below grade because it does include concrete, whereas the laneway houses just are on helical piles and do not contain concrete. Now moving on to our renders. So these were completed using 3D Max for our to demonstrate some of our interior finishes. We wanted to have low VOC materials such as the paint as inspect, as well as natural based materials that were durable for rental application because there's a lot of transfer of tenants. So we're using walnut and cork wood. For that, here's an example of a rendering of the bedroom, utilizing the same. And then this rendering here is just the bathroom, just showing some of the aesthetic finishes that we would want to implement to make the units attractable for future renters. Now, moving on to our market. So for commercial impact, we really wanted this project to be quick construction on site, scalable using the replicable model modular construction. And these would most likely be the laneway units that's previously discussed to attract urban densification. The project emphasizes operational energy efficiency, low operational and embodied carbon. And we plan to expand this initiative through alliances with real estate developers and local municipalities in the Toronto area. For health, as previously mentioned, we wanted to prioritize indoor environmental quality and occupant thermal comfort, so that people that were living in the space wanted to stay in the space. And we would also employ non-toxic, reusable, and durable natural state materials that could be reused in the future. In terms of economic feasibility, we wanted to provide some solid numbers on the cost of the project. So that's around roughly 4 million Canadian dollars, which translates to about $3 million US. We're hoping to rent each mainway unit for $3,200 a month to give us a total of $25,600 a month of rental income, with the laneway units being rented at $3,600 a month to give us $7,200 a month of rental income. Now, using for maintenance costs, we use the 1% rule to subtract that to get a construction ROI for the building alone of 11.3 years. That does not include the land that the building is situated on.
Perfect. And then for construction timeline, just because we're fortunate, we're using modular construction, we're able to, along with site preparation, we were able to start our factory construction with permits and approval. And that would help us save around, depending obviously on production and everything else that goes on in the world. It's generally around 30 to 60% of time saved with it. And then for our energy model, we used Energy Plus and the Open Studio. And then on the left side of this is the south elevation of our mainway and laneway unit. And then, yeah, perfect. And then our Teddy would be on our left, comparison of the EUI and Teddy per each model. So baseline improved with PV, and then improved with the purchase of renewable energy. And then the same thing would be done for the GHGI.
So in conclusion, we have 3 pillars of sustainability. So we want to ensure that the project met the needs of the people. We wanted to help protect the environment via energy efficiency considerations. And we wanted to provide an efficient, scalable project that generates profit for all stakeholders. This is just a quick summary of the 6 main factors we use to address environmental impacts such as water efficiency, sustainable materials, modular design, embodied carbon intensity, the overall environmental impact of those materials, and industry comparison of what has been being used to achieve net zero in residential construction. And that is all. Thank you.
In terms of prefabrication, which was key to a lot of your work, I do want to say overall it's a lovely looking design. I think it is sited well on the site. That being said, I've got a little bit of a concern with the relationship between the modules and the architecture on the facade. Can you talk a little bit about how complete the modules would be arriving on site and how you would kind of mitigate those joints?
So, yeah, sorry. So what I really thought about was, if anything, like I know with the architecture and between us as classmates, we were just looking at before doing like almost like a bend, like a curve at the front as shown in our previous renders and stuff. What the difficulty with that comes is then jointing and everything would be difficult. So the way we kind of talked about it was having everything on the exterior complete, 100% complete. Yeah, coming on site and then just doing joints on site. Yeah, joint work on site to make sure those, yeah, watertight. Thank you. Sorry.
Great. Yeah, I think I wanted to follow up on that one. Getting to a passive house level of 0.6 is tricky. I mean, in really good construction, modular, I'm wondering, and I think with this approach, so what design considerations did you have about, tie-ins and other aspects essentially to be able to hit that? It's easy to say, we're just gonna be really airtight, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So then the quick thing is, then how do you become very airtight? And what design decisions did you put into the importance of airtightness? And and if you didn't hit that, how would that impact your energy model?
Right. The first thing that comes to mind would be normally if construction has been controlled in a manufacturing environment would be more accurate. Just in terms of sometimes building on site, it's not completed 100% up to regulation. So that would be the first consideration that would come to mind. In terms of the air tightness target, we also wanted to ensure that our assemblies, although they are big, we wanted to make sure that they were efficient in both thermally efficient, but also in terms of air tightness, and having that extra space does provide a little bit. We do have some natural ventilation through the windows, but just all of the enclosure materials ensuring that they're installed properly before site, and as well as the blending of those modular units on site would contribute to that overall air tightness target.
I think to piggyback off his point also was, then with the BIM model would also show us where our MEP is exactly going, just to be very sure. And then after that, then we can make sure all like the poly and stuff is complete and installed properly with no holes or anything. Yeah.
Continuity of the air barrier.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I wanted to
throughout the project.
You provided some cost for the construction of this project. Can you just talk to us how that compares to a traditional build that's not as innovative as this one? And I know the concerns you have concerns about the electricity lines and things of that nature. Did that add to the cost? And to replicate this in other areas of Toronto, is it going to be the same challenges that you're solving, or is there gonna be new challenges that you're gonna have to?
I think just to the uniqueness of every site in Toronto in that area is about the same size, like it's very tight and restricted. So some of those implementations of the modular construction of arriving into site might need to be considered, right? Like, for example, there's a tree on site that can't be removed due to heritage restrictions. So that can occur on different varying sites. And do you mind repeating the first part of the question? Just was that in regards to the cost?
Yes,
Maybe-
cost, yeah.
We wanted to make it as competitive as possible. We used
We used the Altus Canadian Cost Guide, just as a reference also, just to understand what is a high cost line versus a low cost line. And being in Toronto, it was obviously gonna be like fairly high.
And like, just because of our enclosure being so big, it will be a little bit more expensive than traditional. I think the developer, when we got the project, just had these panels specs for the project. So again, that cost is variable, but we tried to make it as cost effective with the lowest amount of embodied carbon as possible.
Yeah, my question kind of ties right into that. So you showed the monthly rental costs. I'm just kind of curious how that compares to typical market. Is this,
So we looked at similar occupancy because each of the modules have more than one, each of the units have more than one bedroom. Some have three, some have two. So looking at comparables in the GTA, it is very expensive right now. So using those comparables in the area, I think we use about a 20-kilometer radius.
Yeah.
This project would obviously have a higher quality that the tenants would receive for the cost, and that would kind of be the big selling point for the owner. But those numbers are very comparable to similar rental units in the area for the same size.
Seems that the laneway units is something relatively new with the city allowing it now. What did you guys learn about trying to incorporate laneway units into a constricted site?
There was a lot of challenges. One thing we thought the helical pile approach would reduce any thing that needs to be developed below grade. So you can throw the helical piles in and develop and put the laneway units right on site. Also, the laneway units are hard because there is no parking. It is hard for tenants to sometimes access them. So in terms of our design considerations, we wanted to make the units where they had access to green space between the laneway unit and the
laneway,
main.
and the main.
So that it felt as if they weren't constricted by the sides of the laneway and it was more of an open area for them. That was something that we definitely considered during the design.
So I guess mine is about offsets. So I was surprised, I guess, that you weren't able to hit your net zero without offsets. So what kind of restricted you essentially in sort of PV or generation, or was it mechanical systems, or what was it that restricted you such that you had to have offsets?
It was more I found very difficult with like the renewable energy on site, like the PV. I know it's difficult because we have trees and stuff and shading. So I found that like I did like maybe like 10 runs of it, and it was just angling them a certain way. I was just playing with more of the software, and it was just difficult. Lay them flat was the best way, but I had a lot of trouble from.
Yeah, it was just due to the orientation.
Yeah, orientation
Shading
of,
factors.
yeah.
We tried to do different arrangements, different angles, just trying to maximize, not just have as many solar panels as we could fit. Because if they weren't being effective, they weren't cost effective, and they weren't helping contribute to that overall net zero carbon. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and did you look into, just because I know Toronto has Mitrex, I don't know if you know Mitrex, that like the vertical cladding PVs, did you look into any other kind of aspects or vertical wind or like anything that just kind of?
That would be a really good consideration, I think, for the front or the back. The back would be pretty shaded of the main laneway, but possibly the front. The sides, we had a lot of concerns just with fire rating and obviously sun exposure, just because due to the proximity. I don't know if you have anything else to add.
I think the only hard part for us was we were trying to keep the cost somewhat reasonable also in that aspect, just because it's a rental unit. I'm guessing when I was looking, it just was more expensive than doing like a standard cladding on the outside. That's what I found, but yeah, that was the hard trade-off, and then comes with the ROI of paying that off at the end.
Sounds good. Thanks.
No worries.
Just wanted to ask about your gray water system.
Yeah.
So something that you guys did incorporate was reclaiming some of that heat from that, shower water or when before it got to that system. So is that something that was considered? Is that something that, when you did consider it's not going to work for whatever reason, or just trying to understand that would have been a good opportunity to reduce some of that the load on the water system?
I believe in our design area, we did expect that we would be getting water from the showers and the sinks. not any of the toilet fixtures, obviously, just the hot water. But that would be on any per unit basis, because each gray water system is per unit.
I didn't fully, like, that's a great idea. I didn't fully design that in our consideration, but that would be something, yeah, for sure.
And I guess just to focus, how much did this gray water system drive down the water cost of these units on an annual basis?
I don't know if we actually ended up modeling that cost. Of the
Okay.
water.
Yeah, we didn't, yeah. Just the more the cost of the actual unit itself, we modeled in, but yeah.
Focused a lot on that.
I have a minor, it's more of a curiosity question. So you showed the wall with TGI structure. What led you there?
Funny enough, our professor had done some research using the TGI vertically.
Okay.
So we didn't want to impact the floor plate of the sizing of the units because they're pretty small to start with. Or relatively small for the area. So we didn't want to encroach on our interior area, and we thought this would be a good way that we could get both our cellulose and the wood fiber in there on the exterior and to achieve our effective R values that we needed. So that was, and then because it worked for the walls, we're like, well, it can work for the roofs.
Yeah,
So that's.
And your cellulose was decided because of carbon? Is that what?
Yeah, that was
more
the
and more,
big-
yeah.
it had- And its relative R value is pretty high, and we had so much space, we just.
With the 9.5, yeah.
I do have one more if you guys don't.
Yeah,
Go
go
for
for it.
Just relation to your local grid, did you consider any sort of demand management systems in the building or anything to shift or shed load at any time? Or like, can you tell me about any of that? Is there?
No, that's something I don't think we fully considered. We did consider putting in on-site like battery pack. Ontario's grid during off-peak times is pretty clean and pretty reliable, use a lot of nuclear power. But during those peak times, it does use natural gas to supplement the amount of energy. So during off-peak, it is relatively clean. So that was something that we thought we could rely on if we needed extra energy demand.
Using up all the energy we were creating also. So.
Yeah.
Sure, and there's a big enough difference in the pricing structure does reflect on peak, off peak, so there's maybe a potential for, yeah. Thank you.
I know a big thing in resiliency now is about stay in place, the idea of, and I know Toronto's had its big brownouts, blackouts and stuff like that. Did you look into how long you could stay in those units with no heat, no electricity, middle winter kind of thing?
No, that is not
We
something.
didn't look at it, but we were thinking, we were talking about it like in general, just, okay, what if power goes out one day? And just because we're fortunate with like, at least we put operable windows on the sides and front and back, at least then it's somewhat comfortable and our envelope is already tight knit, which hopefully you'd be able to stay there.
And there's different challenges to when the power would go out, right? Because if it was in the summer, then probably would be the cooling demand. If it's in the winter, the heating demand. So the heating, I think, would be a little more resilient just because of the effective on factor. But the low night temperatures might help with that cooling in the summer, but during the middle of the day would be a good consideration.
Okay, thank you, Toronto Metropolitan University. Okay, we will now break for lunch. It's at the NREL Cafe.
Oh, thank you guys.
Group photos at 1:15.
Good job.
Jurors, if you'll be back here at 1:40.
Thank you.
If we're ready to get rolled in the snow, wake himself up.
Hey, UBC, if you want to come up, we'll get you set up for the presentation. We have any virtual presenters? Yes.
They're just doing a questionnaire. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna get your slides up and then we'll, okay. Here's a quick slide. Should I practice?
Yeah. Can I speak into the mic? Hello? Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me share the slide.
No, this is.
Try again.
Works? Perfect.
Hello, UBC virtual presenters. Please turn your video on so I can spotlight you for our jurors.
Hello.
Hello. Is there one more?
Yeah, she should be, her name's Miriam. Is she there?
I'm not seeing her, but let me check.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, welcome everyone. The University of British Columbia, your 15-minute presentation starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin our presentation today, we would like to continue our tradition in British Columbia, where we acknowledge that our project and our learning took place on the unceded traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We're a third quadrant design from the University of British Columbia, and that's in Vancouver, Canada. And here is how we're turning 10,000 houses into 40,000 homes. Vancouver, much like the rest of Canada, is becoming increasingly unaffordable as its housing crisis worsens with continuous population growth. Recently, the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation announced that in order to beat the housing crisis that's going on, the country would need to build over 3.5 million homes. And that means that over 500,000 homes would need to be built within the province of British Columbia. In response to the need to create a lot more homes, the City of Vancouver has released the Vancouver Plan, which includes a list of densification strategies, one being the R1-1 rezoning. This combines the 9 existing differential residential zoning into one residential inclusive zoning. The introduction of the R1-1 bylaw will allow existing single-family lots to become multifamily, which will allow up to 6 households per lot. Vancouver is located in the climate zone 4C, with moderate humid winters and warm, dry summers, although recent years have shown more extreme weather and a higher risk of smoke from wildfires. Now let's rewind the clock to the 1960s. A huge immigration boom occurred and the City of Vancouver became short on housing. A local craftsman created a replicable floor plan, which was later referred to as the Vancouver Special, to maximize the floor space while minimizing costs. The simple design quickly became so popular within the city and became pre-approved and available at the City Hall for homeowners and builders. And over 10,000 Vancouver Specials were built across the city from the 1960s and 1980s. The Vancouver Special thus became a typology that effectively addressed the housing shortage back then. Now, coming back to the year 2022, our team has chosen to revitalize the original Vancouver Special to suit the needs of the 21st century, while continuing its previous accomplishments in fighting the housing crisis. Our Vancouver Special 2.0 is a retrofit design to convert the existing 10,000 single-family homes each into 4-unit thriving communities. To maximize community impact through large-scale adoption, the design's financial feasibility for both owners and occupants was crucial. We envision citizen developers retrofitting their homes and becoming owner-occupied landlords at a retrofit cost of $183 per square foot. But we can also see the Vancouver Special 2.0 becoming a multifamily stratified building, which has been made possible to many similar character homes throughout the city. Moreover, the massive increase in home prices in Vancouver have led to an increase in homeowner equities, which will allow them the financial ability to undertake this retrofit. To effectively address the ongoing housing crisis while achieving positive environmental impacts, our Vancouver Special 2.0 was designed with the goals of affordability and availability, replicability, climate and seismic resilience, and net zero carbon and energy. The site used for the basis of our design is in the heart of the Sunset neighborhood. It is Vancouver's most ethnically diverse neighborhood, with over half of the residents there being recent immigrants.
It contains a great volume of existing Vancouver specials that are already ready to be revitalized. Looking at the amenities and location of the Sunset neighborhood, there are schools, communities, and accessible public transportations. Based on these features of the neighborhood, our target occupants for our Vancouver Special 2.0 are small families, young professionals, and recent immigrants. These groups are especially important stakeholders for us to consider through our design process, as they're the most vulnerable communities to the housing crisis. Now we'll explore a day with Bavita, a single mother from India coming to pursue her education at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. Bavita and her son live in the upstairs 2-bedroom unit of our Vancouver Special 2.0 in the Sunset neighborhood. The other 3 units are occupied by other tenants. The total 4 units are divided vertically by the 2 floors, and separated horizontally by the bisecting wall, which are both common features found in all Vancouver specials.
Bavita starts her day in the washroom, where she makes use of the low flow certified water sense fixtures. While taking a shower, her drain water passes through a heat exchanger, passively heating the incoming domestic water with over 60% heat recovery. She then moves to the kitchen, where she bakes breakfast using her Energy Star certified appliances. These 3 pieces of equipment are an average of 32% more energy efficient than similar models, saving Bavita over $110 on electricity annually. After breakfast, her and her son head down to the atrium, where she checks the community bulletin board, and her son knocks on their neighbor's door to collect his friend for school. It's a short 4-minute walk to her son's school, John Henderson Elementary. Then she heads to the 49 bus line to collect her bus to go to UBC. As she walks, she passes the Sunset Arena, a local community center, where she is reminded to sign her son up for skating lessons. While on the bus, a small earthquake hits. Although a little shaken up, she knows that her house will be okay. It's been updated to reflect new seismic standards. With Simpson strong tie hold downs for roof to wall and wall to floor anchorage, she knows her and her son will be safe even when the big one hits. To confirm the status of her home, she uses her cell phone application to connect to smart controls found within the house. She can confirm that the electricity and the hot water have not been affected from the quake. Continuing on her bus journey, she looks out to the Vancouver skyline and sees that it's covered in a layer of smoke. It seems like wildfire season has begun early this year. Thankfully, again, her and her son will be safe in their home, as it's been updated with decentralized ventilation system complete with MERV 13 filters. While in class, she overhears 2 of her classmates discussing their monthly rent. Bavita won't be paying $3,500 a month for rent. She'll be paying $2,400 a month. This was made possible by a government funding program for her landlord, who was looking to densify the city and provide affordable housing. Later, she receives her energy bill from BC Hydroelectricity. There it reads that her bill is over 97% less expensive than the provincial average. This is because her home produces more energy than it uses. She's thankful for her net energy home that she lives in. After class, she heads home and goes into the backyard community garden. There she sees her son and his friend playing in the backyard. Her neighbor picks them up from work and watches them from the upstairs balcony while they play. From the upstairs balcony, her neighbor points to their new electric vehicle. The electric vehicle charging has been added so that they can now charge it at home. With Vancouver Special 2.0's community microgrid potential, we can also ensure that the vehicles will be charged using renewable solar energy. For dinner, she picks some lettuce and kale from her planters and is reminded of the original facade of the Vancouver Special. The planters have been built using the wood cladding from the original, and a path is laid out using the original red brick. Before heading inside, she waters her plants using the rainwater detention tank collected from the roof, and then heads inside and flushes the toilet using the underground detention tank rainwater.
In the kitchen, she is appreciative of the functional design. It features easy to clean and maintain surfaces and an abundance of storage space. The wood grain texture contrasts with the white surfaces as it seamlessly integrates into the living room where she can see her son doing his homework. The under cabinet lighting ensures she is able to see her do her task of cooking. Daylight harvesting also ensures that Bavita has sufficient light to complete her task as the sun sets into the afternoon. During dinner, her and her son watch the nightly news. There they learn that there's a citywide blackout. Thanks to her home's ability to create and store power, she and her son are able to continue their nightly routine undisturbed. After dinner, the two relax in the nice and cool living room. Although it's not one of the hottest days of the year, she is happy to have an active cooling system provided by an air source heat pump with a variable refrigerant flow system. She's also kept cool by the high performance building envelope. The exterior walls are R42 value, which keeps cool air in and hot air out. The windows are triple glazed for insulation and prevent additional heating. The passive design of the house also ensures that the sun enters into the living room at the right angle. Between winter and summer solstice, the thick exterior walls ensure that she is getting enough natural light while preventing any additional heating. As it gets darker outside, the lights automatically adjust again, and she will not have to worry about turning off the lights because the occupant sensors will turn off the lights as she moves from the living room into the bedroom. While getting ready for bed, it starts to rain outside. She is reassured that the weather barrier of the home prevents leaks and the exterior wood cladding will shed water naturally, all while maintaining a mold-free environment for her and her son. Bavita is able to sleep safe and sound, knowing that all of her appliances are quiet, and the cellulose and rigid acoustic insulation in the ceiling prevent noise from traveling within the units. As she drifts off to sleep, she is proud of the place that she gets to call home. Bavita is one of many Vancouver residents who gets to sleep safe and soundly in their Vancouver Special 2.0 tonight.
Now we'll take a closer look at some of the systems that make this possible. The Vancouver Special 2.0 has renewable energy from the solar panels on the roof. We are able to generate an additional 7,000 kilowatt hours of electricity each year, which means our PV panel payback is about 17 years and our building has a net positive energy impact. This is apparent in our HERS score of -26 for the home. Without considering our on-site energy generation, our HERS score is 41, implying that the home is very energy efficient. This is in part due to our efficient appliances and equipment, but also due to our updated building enclosure. The new envelope materials were chosen based on their availability, with an emphasis on replicability and affordability for the homeowners. We added a new weather barrier to the existing wall and roof sheathing, as well as exterior continuous insulation to avoid thermal bridging. We also added mineral wool insulation to the interior stud cavities, as well as a new subfloor insulation for the existing slab. While considering the new materials, we also looked at the embodied carbon of our project. By reusing the existing wood exterior studs and the existing concrete foundation, we achieved a 37% reduction in the embodied carbon when compared to a new build of an equivalent size. We also made sure to retain as many stairs, interior walls, and window placements as possible in order to further reduce our embodied carbon for the project. We wanted to make sure that we had net zero goals, but also go above and beyond and reach net positive assessment. So we undertook a life cycle assessment looking at a project from cradle to grave for an energy assessment on a yearly basis. By assessing our energy generation as well as our province's very low carbon emitting power grid, we're able to reach net zero carbon by 2066. The Vancouver Special 2.0 seeks to revitalize the original into the 21st century by improving our climate and seismic resilience, our occupant health and safety, and our environmental impacts, while also maintaining our character and the community of the house. The Vancouver Special 2.0's prevalence throughout the city and its replicable design means we are able to turn 10,000 houses into 40,000 homes. Thank you.
So you can have 7 people answer Q&A. You currently have 8.
The two up top. Oh. One person has to sit out.
Miriam. Okay. Jamie, would you like to begin with Q&A?
Oh, yeah. Excellent. Great presentation. I know that building type very well and some of that, how many there are. So really cool to see sort of that opportunity to sort of play with it and do Vancouver Special 2.0. What are my questions? I guess my question, one on the VRF system. So there has been a lot of discussion about refrigerant leaks and the impact on IAQ. Did you guys look into anything sort of revolving around VRFs?
Yeah, so in our life cycle assessment, we actually included the fugitive emissions related to related to the VRF system, so that LCA score includes the fugitive emissions from the refrigerant. We chose the refrigerant system because of its replicability and it's good for a retrofit compared to redoing all of the ducts within the home. So that's why we chose that system.
Okay, more accurate, I guess my question was more about like the impact on people inside the building for any kind of IAQ, indoor air quality effects of leakage of refrigerants.
Yeah, we didn't consider
Yep,
that.
that's fair enough.
Oh, so that's really my question. Trying to understand how you guys went about, was a thought process in actually selecting the VRF system versus maybe a traditional mini split or anything along those lines. Was there an analysis, or you kind of just said we want to do a VRF system?
We wanted to try something different and try the VRF system. We know that mini splits are good, but again, we wanted to try something different and test that out. Originally, we had sized for a ground source heat pump, but we changed that. And with that, we kind of kept the VRF system. And yeah,
Can you tell us why?
we changed that because we worked with our design partner and they said that they assessed the Vancouver climate and ultimately it was a way better energy efficient actually to go with the air source heat pump.
Yeah, I had a question, great presentation, but on the HERS ratings, the -26 seems low for a dense site and for a dense property like that. I guess, what was your EUI before that? And like how much, maybe there was a rendering with PV, but I didn't quite see it. Like, did you have really high efficiency panels or how did you get that?
Yeah, Juan, would you like to answer that question?
Sure. Well, we had an 18.2 kilowatt array. So from the Ecotrope model that generated almost 19,000 kilowatt hours per year. And we confirmed that with the PV Watts website from and so that was the amount of surplus energy that was prompted from both those sources. So yeah. And the idea was to look at the potential of the full roof surface area of the building to try and generate that surplus and potentially have that microgrid potential and extend the energy surplus to like connecting EVs and augmenting resilience for the building, but also potentially the neighbors.
Great, thank you.
In terms of building science, retrofits are always challenging at some point. I think you guys handled it pretty nice overall and addressed things. Talk to me specifically about the floor slab, because those are usually the most challenging. What other sort of assemblies did you consider and why did you ultimately choose that one?
Yeah, so the slab is a little bit weird because a feature of the Vancouver Special is that it's slightly below grade, which is what allowed it to maximize the floor space. So we were looking at kind of excavating just around the base of the existing foundation and adding new waterproof barrier and exterior insulation. And then,
Would you mind flipping to that?
yeah,
All right, keep going.
and then as well adding in the interior insulation to the slab above. Just because there's already a subfloor there, so just filling that with more insulation to increase that without having to redo the foundation, of course.
And the part that you excavated, is there like an overall?
Yeah, if
building
you go
section
back
that
to
talks about that?
I see that your virtual presenter Juan has raised his hand.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to highlight that we figured that there was only so much that we could do. So here we can see that we can excavate the perimeter and insulate that, and also add insulation in the underfloor on the upper face of the slab, but we can't exactly dig out the underneath the slab and insulate it. But even with that, the energy performance of the building came out pretty well.
Thank you.
So I cut my teeth in the leaky condos of Vancouver. So this is a 60-year-old building. How did you sort of approach like what you might see with, wood deterioration and et cetera with this building, and how would that have impacted your design?
Yeah, one thing we were looking at was just the replicability. So we were kind of taking a little bit of a hopeful approach that most systems would be in place structurally. But because we aren't taking on the exterior cladding and the interior finishes as well, you'd have access to all of the, and be able to reinforce even with like additional 2x6 if we needed. And then we were also hoping to reuse any of the interior studs for the interior walls that we're adding, but we are aware that, not all of them would be able to be reused. And so just maximizing the amount on a case by case basis.
Okay, and then maybe just a quick follow-up on that one. Yeah, if it's okay. So overclads have become a really popular method for existing buildings. Did you consider the idea of just leaving? Because I know you sheeted over and then added, but you also added inside the original studs, which probably had bad insulation or something, right? Did you consider just doing an overclad and then leaving all the carbon in place?
Yes, kind of briefly considered that. It seemed a little bit safer, especially with like old stucco and stuff. You never know what's inside the walls, and so probably better to just take a look at it. And then also the house is actually very close to the setback river already, so we didn't want to extend the walls too much, just to stay within the.
I would also add that the idea here was kind of looking at a worst case scenario where essentially once we take away the gypsum and there would basically be very little that you could salvage from the existing built insulation and barriers, considering also the age of the building. So the idea is kind of that worst case scenario where you essentially have to strip down to the studs, but try to keep as much as possible.
Want to ask about one of the components of your design, or your 4 design goals, resilience. You mentioned seismic risk, which depending on who you talk to, earthquakes are not really a climate related issue, but can you just talk about other climate hazards that you guys had to kind of factor into your design, and which parts of your design kind of solve those hazards?
Yeah, so the climate hazards within Vancouver are mainly wildfire risks, seismic risks that we added. There's not really much where the location is, not big flooding risks, so we didn't consider that. The other thing is with the rainwater detention tank, there is currently a risk of the storm and sanitary drainage overflowing due to adding. So the city of Vancouver has implemented requirements for the rainwater detention tank to kind of offset the flow into the storm system. So we've used that system to kind of bring it back into the building rather than putting it back out into the storm system directly. So those were the main climate risks that we assessed.
I would add really quickly that building is airtight, so for the wildfire risk, there's a MERV 13 filter for any particulate matter, and so also the envelope insulation and the cooling system provide resilience against risk of extreme heat or heat dome effects, which are also significant risks in Vancouver.
Okay, homeowner equity is a key piece of this. So it sounds like the intent is for it to be owner occupied, to increase their equity, use the rent to offset some of that. Given that, having been a two flat owner that was able to get equity in my own life that way. I always chose the upper, as the landlord, I made decisions that, weren't always about affordability, but about lifestyle. Did you guys look at a 3-unit in some cases to give some more flexibility for those types of things? Or any other considerations that had to do with sort of ownership and development and the costs related to that?
I think so. I can just try to answer that. The reason behind that is that our goal is to solve a housing problem that we're facing right now. We feel like the lifestyle would work better, like, the choice of, like, let's say you're a developer, you would prefer, like, if you have like the cost wise analysis, if you're like, oh, I would prefer to have a 3, then I can have like 2 units for myself or something. Our idea was to make a building or make the number of homes where we can like have 10,000 houses at the end of the day, so we can accommodate as many as people as possible at the end of the day. Having said that, yes, our design is flexible enough that we can, like, if we want to move a unit, have like a full proper like upper story to have like a full unit for the owner, we can definitely do that. So if you see, our design is like 4 blocks. So if you want to take that 1 block out, have like 1 block, or like just have 2 blocks, it's easily adaptable. That's what the main idea is.
Fantastic answer.
Yeah, so you guys showed energy storage.
Last
on-
question, Lisa.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you showed energy storage on site and you'd sized the battery and had a nice little layout. How did you come up with what you would choose for the amount of energy storage?
Yes, talking about the Vancouver is really, really great in terms of like blackouts and everything. The number we came up with, like, let's see the last 5 years, how many power outs were happening and how long they actually happened for.
Okay.
BC Hydro's customer service is really good support for the Vancouver area itself. So the maximum time it actually went out was 12 to 18 hours. That's the battery size we chose was specifically keeping in mind that if the battery, the grid goes out or something, magical happens, right? It can actually last for 1 to 2 days.
Okay.
And if you want to like.
Thank you, University of British Columbia.
Good answer.
As you can see, our video system has decided to take a little nap. And it has actually crashed in all 4 of the rooms. So just give us a few minutes to work with our IT and then we will begin in a few minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to fix the list and then we will begin.
Right, that's what I'm. It's trying to get up.
Yeah.
Oh, you were there, so okay.
Nobody was.
Yeah. Oh, well, they can't. have it. That's-
Yeah.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Call back later.
Yeah. Oh, good, yeah. It's big paper, I'm trying to scribble in my little note.
Yours? I'm gonna turn your mics back on.
Okay.
Do you have any online presenters? Or any virtual presenters?
There's.
No, just your thought?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why. It's true though. Yes.
We now welcome Myongji University. Your 15-minute presentation begins now.
Hello, we are the team Myongji University in South Korea. We propose attached housing UDEC house project. We target region is the symbolic island in South Korea known for its beautiful natural and abundant marine ecosystems. The target site is located on the northern side, near to port viewing the ocean. The climatic is similar to BOA of the US climatic region. However, we want to talk about the currently ongoing housing problems and social issues, and then propose possible solutions for improve community environmentally and sustainably. As per climatic conditions, this site is the average temperature of 70 degrees Fahrenheit in summer and 28 in winter. To be specific, heavy snow and strong wind are one of the challenges of our design. Demographically, challenges of residents are another critical issues. Current resident population is being declined and aging, so economically active population is insufficient. In addition, housing supply rate is lower by 1.5 times compared to the mainland. While aging house is getting poor, so this island needs improved housing. Geographically, heavily dependent is special fuel industries are last challenge. The green energy independence is the very important in the site. But this island has the positive opportunities for lesser natural resources for residents and tourists. We target 3 potential users to make use of the UDEC house. First, local seniors plan for activity communication and financial sustainability with young immigrants and tourists. Second, young immigrants need space and financial support to maintain economic activities. Lastly, tourists want unique experience of shopping or local cultural activities.
So we set up 3 design goals. The first goal is affordable housing to meet the financial status and maintenance of each target group. And second goal is to make symbiotic community where diverse residents coexist sustainably and environmentally. Third goal is to achieve energy independence to reduce CO2 emissions caused by fossil fuel powered industry. To offer affordable housing in the islands, modular construction is necessary to reduce construction period and costs. 3 target users can make sustainable chain of demand and supply by economic activities. Out of fossil fuel-based industry, transformative energy can feed primary energy demands. As for the architecture, UDEC house is originated from thermal purpose space, and UDEC space can use for storage and activity and adapting to climatic changes. As for considering this process, UDEC house form of modern open space and bring the thermal purpose space and link each unit by node space and adapting to the climatic conditions. These spaces have their own community features and extend the community into the yards. Our dwelling has 3 units, depending on the size of each user groups, and Unit 3 can be expanded by connecting Unit 1 and Unit 2. The non-fixed space can use for startup studio and workspace, and UDEC house can offer diverse space for social interaction among target users. And users can share their work experience and process in atelier space. And that expand the public space for symbiotic community.
This is passive strategy. The buffer zone has a system that accumulates or releases heat depending on the amount of indoor elements according to the solar altitude regulating heat. For this purpose, it uses operable folding windows and heat storage doors for easy indoor ventilation control, establishing a passive house strategy through insulation systems for the roof and external walls. The roof is constructed using lead wood tiles for soundproofing and frost prevention, which is considering the site where there's a lot of sea breeze, we opt for ferrite as the exterior materials, which is resistant to corrosion. And we plan to manufacture ferrite in block form for assembly-based construction. In the buffer zone, we express art to be used as the exterior material capable of providing thermal mass performance in the term space, and this will allow for easy construction for gabions and facilitates indoor ventilation control through operable for the windows. Lastly, for the overall floor area, we use radiant floor heating and insulation material. And in the buffer zone, the bright sand is laid to reflect the sunlight into the buffer zone and facilitating its ingress into the interior. For these thermal conductivity values, we were able to fully airtight passive house through the R43 for the roof, 40 for the door, 45 for the floor, achieving complete thermal efficiency. A modular system can be completed using assembly material. This enables a reduction in CO2 emission through domestically produced material and foster community formation through modular housing and provides the job opportunity for residents. On a site experiencing all 4 seasons, we achieved a zero energy house by ventilating indoor in spring and autumn while adjusting indoor temperature based on sun's altitude in summer and winter. This offers enhances insulation and airtight performance, ensuring zero energy consumption throughout the year.
Integrated active systems includes the rainwater reuse, PVT with wind module, and radiant floor heating and DUA system. Active ventilation system employs the DUAs with ERV to utilize the outside air temperature and humidity to reduce the consumption of the heating and cooling energy. In this project, we aim to propose a new type of energy generator that has not existed before. Using the solar power and heat and applying to the climate of an island with strong wind, we integrated the micro wind turbine into the PVT panels to utilize the wind power. So why should it be the micro wind power? The reason is to reduce the noise and vibration due to that generated from the blades and motor of the wind turbines, and to compensate for the reduced energy consumption production due to the smaller size of the wind turbine, it is designed to be coupled with the PVT modules, and it is capable of inducing the venturi effect. So introducing the wind turbine results in about 38% of additional production comparing to using only the PV panels. In cooling, we utilize the air conditioner to induce the integration with the ERV and dehumidification. And heating and cooling are operated with electricity that generated from the PVT and wind turbines. Since the ancient times in Korea, the radiant floor heating system have been used and people are accustomed with them. And among them, a system that we apply to this project is modularized real product that increases the per thermal efficiency by laying the hot heating water pipe right above the insulation. So the overall flow of the heating water starts with absorbing the solar heat in the PVT, and it reduces the consumption of thermal energy that required for the domestic hot water. And then it proceeds to the floor heating system and circulates back to the PVT. The reason for circulating is to melt the snow accumulated on the PV panels. That is capable of increasing the efficiency and enables to gathering rainwater or water resources even in the winter. It is due to the lack of the water infrastructure on the island, it is vital to gathering the rainwater. So the collected rainwater goes to the water tank and purified through the filter and supplied for the use. The rainwater is used for flushing, laundry, and gardening, resulting about the 52% reduction in water consumption. With active and passive strategies, it achieves a Hert score about -33 to -48 if the renewable energy is considered or not considered. And ultimately, this project can leave about 32 kBTU of surplus energy. All energy is managed through the EMS, and remaining energy goes to the stored in ESS via an inverter. So this can be, even there are even more surplus power, it goes to public area or EV charging.
The UDEC house is designed for net zero by the use renewable energy, recycling water, modular system, and eco-friendly materials. To reduce CO2 emission, domestic materials products are manufactured and lightweight timber structure are transported in nearby ports. This project can achieve reduction of concrete consumption by 92% and decrease CO2 emission by 54%. Besides, the UDEC house can expand the cycle of maintenance and replacement by 250% compared to RC structure. By doing this, a project with 48 of Hert score can save about 60% of CO2 emission compared to standard new homes. As for the maintenance cost and energy recovery cost, it can save 40% of total lifestyle cost over 50 years. We expect annual income of $13,000 from green energy generation and land income. This can save the construction cost is estimated $171 per square foot based on the average of passive house and modular houses. Based on daylight factor performance analysis, daylight factor is normally accepted and special daylight autonomy is barely accepted based on ESNA. We insert the light ducts in the space and improve the indoor lighting condition. Adjust artificial lighting with LED controller. When resting, we use warm lighting to reduce stress, and when working, use cool lighting to prevent your eyes.
So these are the strategies to achieve the three goals of affording housing and symbiotic community and off-grid energy independence. And this is the vision of the UDEC house to be the community hub and spreading out further and further. And this is the UDEC house. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you guys so much. There's a lot of engineering components happening here. I think we all have probably similar questions about this wind PV system, so I'll start it off. When we talk about load bearing and just you have solar and those wind turbines on that roof, how did your analysis come out as far as do you need to reinforce that roof system, the building, your foundation? How did you guys go about making sure that that roof can handle the solar and the wind turbines?
So you're meaning about how can the roof can hold all of the generators? First of all, can you explain about this data zone, about the structure of the holding the weights?
We use the CSIP in the exterior material and interior material, and the CSIP serves as both insulation material and structural support. And then additionally, we add the gypsum board. So we can, we think we can support the roof weight for these materials. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that. A similar or a question also about that roof system, mostly wondering what was your main motivation behind a system that's coupling, PV for electrical, thermal loads and wind? What made you choose that over just photovoltaic panels?
So first of all, we just thought about we want to use the climate characteristic of the island that is windy, and first of all, sorry, but I was just a little bit nervous.
You're fine. You're good. You're good. It's innovative. That's why we have questions about it. Where,
Like you said, it's never been done, so.
yeah.
Well, we found that the average wind speed is pretty high in the Woollen Island. That is about 55 minutes per second. So it is really high in the average of the Korea. So we wanted to use the wind power and generate for it. So first of all, we find that the paper about the building integrated wind turbine. So we wanted to use these turbines to be simulated, but we cannot find the options of the micro-sized wind turbines. It will be the radiant about 10 centimeters. So we just calculated by the ratios of the 30 centimeters, the small size wind turbines. So it is the results is about the max wind speed is about window is about 11 minutes per second. That could be make about 147 watts per the modules, and acceptable minimum wind speed could be the 2 meter per second in the average. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and there's nice different load output diversity between the two resources. So I was curious. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
On your carbon, embodied carbon calculations, the graph showed a significant reduction due to concrete. Talk to me more about that. How did you use concrete to reduce the embodied carbon?
So you mean how did we reduce the embodied carbon without using the carbon?
Was it just an avoidance of using concrete? That's what that
Yeah,
is? Okay.
we just use the concrete in the slab basement, not the basement, base on the slab. Yeah. And that is we just use the concrete, and another materials is going to be a CSIP, the structural and both the insulation, and another like earthen wall that is going to be from wall. So that is the result of the reduced carbon emissions by using concretes.
Okay, so you could have used concrete for those assemblies, you chose not to.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Comparative. So speaking of the CSIPs, they're made off island. Is that local to the region adjacent to this island? Do you incorporate like the shipping and the moving of the materials?
The partnership with Coron company, and the company provides the CSIP, so we can take the CSIP for the ship to our island, so we can achieve the zero energy house for the domestically produced.
With the CSIP, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can you explain a little bit more about your heating and cooling system?
Oh. Hold on a second.
Like, how do you actually cool the system, the space? Because I feel like what I was reading say you don't actually, or you guys cool, or you use natural. Can you just explain that your cooling system?
So first of all, about the heating is, like I said, is to use the radiant floor heating, but it could be used the radiant cooling for the efficiency, but we just use the air conditioner because before we just go to the inner lab and they use the radiant floor cooling heating, so that was pretty efficiency. But unlike the Denver, our Korea's climate of the summer is very humid, so we wanted to dehumidification for the air conditioner. So that's the reason we use the air conditioner and for the cooling.
Freddie, did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Yep.
Kind of, yeah. So you mentioned most of the electricity from the island is powered by diesel right now that
Yeah.
have to be shipped in, so I imagine that's quite expensive.
Mhm.
In terms of cost and payback of these different things, like, did you find that it was easier to justify different upgrades to save energy because the cost of energy that you'd be using is so high? Like, was there any sort of analysis with that?
So the reason of the reason why we use the renewable energy.
Long Island already tried the independence energy, but government used another energy and that is failure because government can't consider this climatic region, climatic characteristics. And then we think Long Island is very strong wind. So we think we use the strong wind is very useful in this island. So we chose the wind power generation and renewable energy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Had it and I lost it. Oh, just a clarifying question, I guess. So the roof assembly includes solar thermal, and that solar thermal is used to power or heat the slab. And but you're using it for other things too. What are all the things that you're using it for? And was that a matter of the reason to combine systems? Was that to maximize the benefit of the solar thermal that you did have, or is there some other consideration?
I'm confused of the question that are you questioning about?
So Tony, it sounded like you were asking what they are using the solar thermal system for.
Yeah, just in simple terms, what is the solar thermal all power? What does it all heat?
So first of all, we just talked about using the only PV panels and the wind turbines, but we just thought that because they're really snowy in the winter, so we wanted to use it for. We want to just solve the problems of it with the solar thermal energies by circulating the hot water just proceeds from the floor and circulates to the PV panels. That it is because we use the radiant floor heating in the winter, so we just use the floor heating and it goes to the PVT, and we thought that it could make the snow melted. So that's the reason why I use the thermal energy.
For independence. So my question is, you have a drop ceiling, and so there's an image here. There's quite a bit of space between the roof and the drop ceiling. Is there a purpose for that space? Is it why not open up the room right up to the ceiling?
For the drop ceilings, we wanted to use the height of the how do you call it? The ducts or motors? Yeah.
Okay.
Things.
Okay, that's all up in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Really?
Well, I'll ask a last one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So again, yeah, there you go. If we look again at resiliency, and so obviously you're on an island, so what other elements kind of are faced on this island from a resiliency side? Like, is it flood? Is it fire? Is it resource depletion is no more tourists, I don't know, whatever it is.
What of the problems that the island get has, right?
Yeah,
That's
what problems does the island face that beyond just electricity that you had to deal with?
섬에서 어떤 문제가 있는지 지금 건축 말고 그쪽 not energy. So first of all, this is like said in the first of all, the aging populations and decreasing populations is gonna make the island's populations get smaller and smaller. So we wanted to use the how do you call it? tourism for the gathering people in here, and by the how to gathering the people is for the community hub, like farmers market or just the
Outdoor space.
atelier space.
Outdoor space.
Yeah. So just the kind of the solutions what we are thinking about. And about the nature and disaster, we didn't find out the nearby years, but there could be a fire or some kind of resistance. So we just get the mineral wool on the wall structures.
Okay, yeah.
And furthermore, this island have the beautiful nature, and tourists don't really want to go in like this island, but now it's very difficult because the tourists going to there is very difficult because in the no ship or the train, but in the future, in the near, we provide the airport or more improve the ship. So tourists very comfortable to this island. So we think this island have the vision because tourists really want to go to this island, and it's more the comfortable to go to the here. So we chose this island. And in Korean, it really want to go to Ulung Island. Yeah,
It looks
thank you.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I'd go.
Thank you, Myeongju University.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we welcome Oklahoma State University. If you are here, please come up front. We will get you set up. Hello. Do you have any virtual sisters?
We heard from 2 presentations ago, we can only have 7 people answer questions. That's correct. This is in the rules, but like this. Yeah, I remember 7. Anyone. More than enough for one question. We'll be good.
Just my head on.
Okay. So get started. Some people have not read on this, so just get over.
Okay, thank you. You can also stand over here if you want.
Yeah.
Beware of the edge.
Jacob's a little tall.
Yeah, she's part of our team, but she's not presenting. Still about another minute. Thank you.
All right, that's good.
All right, that's good.
His hands. Do you think this will work to answer?
Stretch.
No, I thought he said his hands are, no.
Set a schedule.
Well, it seemed like we were getting behind. So
Oh.
be fine.
Solve the IT very fast.
They did. That was impressive. Solving IT.
Yes. This is going on better than any conference I've ever attended. It's given a 3-minute margin. That is not. You should be on yours. Yeah, first or second.
I had a presentation once where way back in the day where you had your own projector.
You're
Oh.
fine.
Step that off.
I turned it on and it just screamed like the fan was going. So I had to just give my presentation without any graphics. So,
It has not happened yet, but I'm always waiting to get there. I'm just like, yeah, there's no presentation. I'm just like. Come on, man. You guys are fine. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, he's nervous.
We now welcome Oklahoma State University. Your 15-minute presentation time starts now.
Good afternoon. We are Oklahoma State University, and we have designed a new construction maternity home in Oklahoma, which prioritizes hope, community, and resilience. Our team is comprised of architecture, interior design, and mechanical engineering students. We are thankful to our community partner and client, Journey Women's Center, as well as our industry partners, the Homestead School, and our instructors. The site location is situated in the small town of Hillsdale, Oklahoma, with a population of approximately 75 people. It is located just 14 miles northwest of Enid, where Journey is based. The location was chosen for the Journey Women's Center attached housing due to its tight-knit community within the small rural town, which allows for healing and protection to take place for the expectant mothers. Proper stewardship of funds is always important, but especially because we are working with a nonprofit. Careful attention was given to create a cost-efficient design that still met the needs of the women. Beginning with standard construction in Model 1, our final Model 5 had just an 18% increase in construction costs, but a decreased life cycle cost of 9% before PV. The use of SIPs saved us 6 weeks in construction time. Oklahoma has the second highest teen pregnancy rate in the nation. Our primary goal was to create a space to provide a safe environment for these women where they would be supported as they heal from trauma and complex backgrounds, as well as breaking the cycle of systemic poverty. Journey provides counseling, free OB appointments, and support to women in the Enid area and reached out to us to design this site.
According to the IACC 2021, Hillsdale, Oklahoma is located in Climate Zone 4A. Diagrams such as the SunPath diagram allowed for us to design the correct overhangs for our project. Temperature range helped us in the design of passive solar heating, and the windmill helped us design for natural ventilation and fan-assisted ventilation. Additionally, resources such as the psychrometric chart provided guidance in understanding the ambient conditions. Our climate provides a high potential for passive heating and cooling. The following slide shows the building codes and standards that we utilize in order to provide guidance in making changes from our baseline design, Model 1, and our final design, Model 5 Plus. Our Model 5 exceeds code and prescriptive BS values for our climate. The 3 design goals that we have are hope, community, and resiliency. These 3 words encompass our design goals for the Journey House and affect each level of design decisions. The first goal being hope. Because the women in the program come from difficult and traumatic backgrounds, fostering hope is paramount. This is achieved through measures such as 24/7 care, biophilic design, open views to nature, and daylighting. The second design goal was community. The Hillsdale community was chosen because members have already expressed an interest in Journey Women's Center and look forward to creating a supportive system for them. This is achieved through things like local support, a cluster design, and open plan design, and shared bathrooms between the women. And the last design goal is resiliency. We hope the maternity home will continue to flourish for many years and sustain itself in the event of an emergency. This was achieved through measures including sustainable, renewable, and locally sourced materials, an above-ground storm shelter, passive systems, PV, and energy storage.
The methodology behind our project was to begin with standard Oklahoma constructions and building systems, which is shown in Model 1. We gradually made incremental improvements to get to our final Model 5, the final design plus. This diagram seeks to explain how we approached our project. Measuring energy, carbon, and cost were greatly prioritized in our process. Our 3.3 acre maternity home consists of 3 clusters of maternity homes and transitional units. A1 is the maternity home and A2 is the house parents' living quarters. Units A are mirrored to generate units B. These units encompass phase 1 of our project, but we will focus on A1 and A2 for this presentation. The 4 units have a total of about 6,000 square feet. Altogether, site UI is 9.64 before PV, and after PV is negative 2.81 kilobtu per square foot per year. The HERS score of unit A1 before PV is 26, and after PV is -1. This amounts to an annual energy savings of approximately $1,200. To reiterate, we've discussed the foundation of our project, why it is valuable to Oklahoma, and how it will support hope, community, and resiliency through design. Now we will elaborate on how our project meets the criteria of the 9 contests. For architecture, after considering several design iterations in consultation with our client and local builder, our building form reduces construction costs, maximizes PV electric output in the summer,
provides glare-free daylighting, incorporates passive systems, and is highly functional. North-facing clear-story windows are embedded to impact the hallways and gathering spaces. The architectural decisions were guided by the needs of the expectant mothers. The central living space is the area that includes the living room and kitchen. The organization of space relied heavily on the encouragement of interaction between the women and the house parents.
The structural system was composed mainly of structurally insulated panels or SIPs. This allowed us to simplify the construction significantly, as well as simplifying our detailing and providing a tighter envelope. For our interior walls, we use standard wood frame construction to provide additional loading parameters, as well as create acoustical control of the building. For our foundation, we chose to use a slab run grade over a crawl space because we found that we were able to implement a low carbon concrete mix that was equitable in CO2 to that of a crawl space while simplifying maintenance concerns and alleviating material usage. This diagram shows the baseline and improved HVAC systems. For our basic system, we use very standard Oklahoma technologies that included a typical furnace and AC unit. We found that this system was highly inefficient and it required a lot of ducts throughout our system. From this point, we moved in models 3 and 4 to a multi-zone mini split system, which increased our efficiency significantly. However, it did require refrigerant lines within the envelope, and it also increased cost. For our final, or model 5, we were able to implement a 4-pipe hydronic heating and cooling system with terminal fan coil units. This also increased our efficiency and allowed for individual control, simultaneous heating and cooling, and integration with our passive strategies. Additionally, this system allowed us to keep all refrigerant outside the thermal envelope. For our passive systems, we sought to address daylighting, heating, and cooling within the building. Our solar collection space allows us to significantly reduce the heating load on the building, which helped us to drive down costs significantly. For cooling, we were able to take advantage of natural ventilation through operable windows in the main space shown here. And in the bedrooms, we were able to take advantage of ceiling fans, operable windows, and fan-assisted intakes to usher air through the space and out through a ventilated attic. This system, axonometric, shows the integration of multiple systems at work in a single room. As seen is the fan coil terminal unit, as well as the 4-pipe system, which is located in the soffit above the baby changing area as shown. Also shown is the natural ventilation via the ceiling fan and operable windows with fan-assisted natural ventilation intake, as mentioned previously. Our thermal envelope, course, is complete with 3 thermal zones of enclosure. These 3 zones correspond directly to 3 different programmatic zones within the building envelope. As mentioned previously, SIPs provide a lot of simplification for the construction process, as well as the detailing. We're able to work with the local SIPs manufacturer standard panel to incorporate some of the detailing and allow us to really understand the construction of this material. The use of SIPs panels allows us to also simplify the envelope and put 3 building science control layers, the thermal, air, and moisture barriers within 1 layer of construction. We also implemented a red cedar rain screen assembly to assist in supplemental bulk moisture, as well as critter control for the building. These sections show the implementation of acoustics and ventilation within the roof. We were able to incorporate the use of soffit vents as well as static roof vents to usher air in that is in the space outside of the building without consequence. This model, as mentioned previously, really helped us to understand the construction process as well as the detailing and allowed us to help coordinate with standard panel to accomplish these goals.
Between the 5 models, energy use decreased significantly. This drop in energy can be attributed to a better envelope, better lighting design, more efficient HVAC equipment, and more efficient appliances. The only significant load that remains are the appliances. We were able to adjust our energy usage of our lights and appliances using OpenStudio. For our lights, we reduced the light load by 23%, and for appliances, we use Energy Star appliances, which reduce the energy demand by 20%. To be precise about our occupancy schedules in multiple thermal zones, we moved beyond Ecotrope to OpenStudio for Model 5. This allowed us to implement several energy saving strategies like improved daylighting, improved lighting, appliances, interior shading, passive solar integration, and natural ventilation. This decreased our overall EUI by 36% from Model 4. Jordan Women's Center will utilize 22-panel DC PV system. These panels will be roof mounted with inverters that supply to transfer energy to the grid, our building, and our battery storage. Our battery storage can power the building for 2 days in case of grid disruptions or cloud cover. The size of our PV system was chosen to produce slightly more energy than the demand of the building. We chose our PV panel because it had published EPD. This allowed us to understand and compare the embodied carbon of the panels versus the carbon generated by the grid, which equals a 99% reduction of carbon over 60 years.
We used Tally LCA to model the embodied carbon for our project across several different life cycle stages. In the cradle to gate analysis, model 5 captures carbon because it uses a lot of wood. Over the whole cradle to grave analysis, model 5 has a 27% carbon reduction from our baseline model. From our initial carbon analysis, we realized that the most carbon is generated from our cladding, our roof, and our slab. So we sought to find sustainable replacements which could be locally sourced. For the cladding, vinyl siding was replaced with the readily available Eastern Red Cedar, which is also locally invasive. Eastern Red Cedar is net carbon negative. For the roof, asphalt shingles were replaced with a standing seam metal roof. This allows for easy attachment of the PV panels, and it reduces the embodied carbon by about 70%. Finally, for the slab, a more sustainable concrete mix reduced the embodied carbon by 30%. This model shows the form and materiality of our project. Of our many initial building forms, our client selected a linear scheme. This helps maintain sight lines within the project, and it provides security to the site. This scheme also helped reduce the complexity of our construction, which helps make the project more affordable for our nonprofit. To reach carbon net zero in our cradle to grave LCA, we needed to account for the carbon sequestered in trees. Over 60 years, these native trees sequester 86% more carbon than our building produces. For help on our site, we focused on creating plenty of spaces for gathering and places for rest. Biophilic design helps create a sense of tranquility and a healing environment. Also among the site are bioswales, which offer a natural filtration for rainwater. Inside, there's a focus on improving health through selecting good appliances, providing fresh, clean air, comfort controls, and privacy. Important in the design is our insert fireplace, which is lifted up on a hearth to protect children. The wall oven in the kitchen is also mindfully selected for use by pregnant women. Throughout the building, fresh air is brought into the space by ERVs equipped with MERV 13 air filters. And finally, key interior walls reduce sound transmission by using acoustic gypsum board assemblies with an STC rating of 43.
When available for market analysis, we found market analysis models 1, 4, and 5. When available, all prices were found through RSPs for financial analysis for industry partners. The 40% contractor overhead was considered, and maintenance costs were found over the lifespan of the building. Model 1 was found to be $152 per square foot, and Model 5 was $180. Within these estimates, only Model 5 includes PV panels. Model 4 was a 16% increase over Model 1, and Model 5 was an 18% increase over Model 5. The cumulative cost for the building's 6-year lifespan is studied in 3 models with and without PV panels. In the orange, we see the building costs with maintenance over time, and in the yellow, we see energy costs for the models on top and PV costs for the model below. True, the cumulative costs for all these 6 models. For the rest of the project, the prices generally went down, with our final Model 5 being a 50% decrease from our Model 1. Our lowest cost was $726,000 with our Model 1 with PV. However, with Model 5, a 31% reduction in carbon occurred with a 9% increase in cost. This increase in cost is justified by the heavy reduction in carbon and increased resiliency of the final model. When emphasizing women's health, this thriving sense of community is very important. The key strategy in achieving this is the cluster design and the many opportunities for gathering for the landscape. We're actively engaging with members of the Hillsdale community to serve as house parents for our residents. We hope to cultivate nurturing friendships between the women and these older residents. We end by showing our whole site in 3 clusters. We hope this will be a space for community to flourish. Our maternity home fosters hope, community, and resiliency, where we net zero energy, net zero carbon, and net embodied carbon negative over its lifespan. Thank you for your attention. What questions can we answer?
First off, nice to see the pizza oven call out in the.
Yeah.
Couldn't not see that. So I had a question about the solar collector system. So you have this kind of like carve out of interior space that has solar collectors. Can someone kind of explain the motivation behind that?
Yes, I can start with that. So we wanted to include this passive solar water heating, or it's passive solar heating. We use water as a thermal storage, And then we integrate this with our HVAC system with the 4-pipe system.
Mhm.
So it's looped in with our hot water loop. And what this does is it provides extra resiliency for the project by heating up that water and then supplying hot air through the project. It's in its isolated space. It has its own thermal enclosure around it.
Okay.
To help reduce that heat loss from that space. Emily, would you like to add?
And so one way that we kind of designed and calculated for this was by looking at our temperature range and utilizing the mean of the low average temperature and the design low. And so that number was 15.6 degrees. And so we used a spreadsheet by accounting for the R values of the roofing, the walls, and the glass area. And so we actually oversized the glass for the solar collector in order to bring in more heat and then utilize night insulation with an R value of 4.7. That is beneficial to maintain that heat and needs of further heating for the building.
Okay, so it was better off than putting typical solar thermal on the roof because of how it retained heat. Okay, thank you.
So you used SIPs. Part of your calculation was they were given to you, right? That's fair. If they weren't given to you, would you have made the same decision? What other things would you have considered? And like, kind of what lessons learned did you come away with for SIPs?
Certainly. So you're asking about if the panels hadn't been donated, how would that affect our market analysis and the cost of the project? I know we experimented with a lot of different assemblies and different R values, going a little bit more to the cost, Jacob. Answer that.
So we planned for SIPs to be used in the project, and early on, they were still one of our cheaper options that we're looking at. The availability of some being donated, well, that's just an added bonus to us. If they weren't going to be donated, we still would make some decision.
So I noticed on that you had a space for future wind. So I guess why was that not incorporated into the original? Doesn't seem like you necessarily needed it in your overall design. Why is it part of the presentation? Like what's the story behind the wind?
Absolutely. So the wind generation, early on in our project, we toured an off-grid house and they had wind generation. Thought that was a really neat idea. We didn't design it to be part of our initial phase 1, which is just the maternity home of those 4 units, because it was a lot to kind of erect this wind turbine just for that single units, 4 units. If we were to complete the site, then it would have more of an impact along all of the different clusters. Whitney, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, no, I think I agree. And you can talk on the PV, but the PV supported that cluster specifically. And so the wind turbine was contributing to the site as a whole, which consists of the 3 different clusters.
Thank you. Couple of things, Jacob, you're really tall, so please careful with that. I'm getting scared every time. And the psychometric charts you guys showed, I almost.
Nice.
Yeah, cause I was like, college, don't want to go back there. But I have a question I wrote down that's a little long, so if doesn't make sense, please feel free to. I like the 5 model approach that you guys took. So if you were to just talk to us a little bit about, because it looks like you use different systems and kind of compare, so just tell us what you've learned about these systems. Would you in the future just automatically rule out maybe one of those designs completely, or would you still go through that kind of design approach with the same?
We did a lot of different models, and the reason we did this was so that we could show why we were making the design choices that we were and what the real impact of those different solutions were having in terms of our carbon and cost and our energy. The typical furnace and AC was not very good just because the efficiencies were really low. The mini split system is very efficient, very good, and it's definitely one to be considered on a lot of projects. It wasn't a good solution for our project because we wanted to incorporate that solar space with the water, and the 2 systems were not compatible. So that's why we ruled out mini splits. That's in terms of HVAC. In terms of wall assemblies, there's a lot of different options that you can use to get the R values to meet FEOS and those different really thermally resistant assemblies for the walls and the roof. So we learned that SIPs is a really great solution that can be built really fast and is not too much more expensive. We're certain that other solutions do exist for that, though,
Does anyone have
Yeah,
other?
I think something that like learning through all the different models, for example, whenever we started including PV and looking at the actual daylighting analysis, maybe certain design decisions on prior models, you know, could work. But then looking through and seeing that this space is for women and their children that are coming into it, and I think honing in on the community aspect of that daylighting and natural lighting for these women is a very beneficial mental health aspect as well. And so I think that was something cool through the learning of different models, is seeing how they form and just integrating more to create more of a evenly distribution with the luminance levels was helpful as well.
A question kind of just about general cost and financial viability of the project. If I think I understood, a lot of this comes from local support. And do they rent different? No, it's all local, it's all grant funded. That's the question. Okay, that's a statement, I guess, but I guess I'm just wondering, like, is that? Do you see that as like replicable, I guess?
Yeah,
Is this a one-time instance, or is this something that you see that you could foresee this actually penciling out? Like you said, this is 10%, 9% more expensive, you know, but you made a better product and you justified that. But what if you didn't get 50% of the grant support or something? Did you have to think about anything like that?
Gotcha. So we're working with our community client or community partner and client, which is Journey Women's Center.
Mhm.
This is a dream project of theirs, is to
Okay.
build this maternity home.
Okay.
So part of what we've seen as our role in this project is to show that, hey, you can build this zero energy, zero carbon maternity home for a similar cost.
Okay.
Since they are a nonprofit, they are going to be fundraising for a lot of money for this project upfront. And so we also think that if we can give them a more resilient building, they can usually have more success with fundraising at the beginning rather than paying expensive yearly for the building. Another thing is we're hoping that our presentation and all of the documents that we've made will help them with that. They're getting funds for the project.
Sure. And you're showing the value and then getting more funds. Got it. Thank you.
One of the initial reactions I had was it is a very stretched out building. It's fairly long. I'm glad that you mentioned that was kind of a client request or demand. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? Were you guys, was it something that you embraced? Was it something that, oh gosh, I wish we could talk them out of it, or, you know, just talk to me more about that.
Absolutely. So we definitely went towards the linear because that's what they wanted, what they asked for. In our initial, we had a couple like T-shaped, L-shaped courtyard. We had a lot of different options going forward, but they liked the linear because it was clean, simple, straightforward. And also it's going to have less thermal envelope, which isn't something they came up with, but it was something that we were like, okay, we can go along with this linear design because it will actually help us make the building more efficient and perform better.
Yeah, and along with that, I think at the very beginning of our design, we started out, like Molly said, we started out with a lot of different forms. But we really started thinking about the client who would live there, the women and then the infants, and we started thinking about stairs. And, you know, a pregnant woman doesn't want to have to walk up the stairs every day to her room. So that emphasized that we would really need to have a 1-story. And I think once we decided on the long stretched form, because we knew that corners added costs, we were like, okay, 4 corners, that'll make it cheaper for our nonprofit. And we were a little reluctant at first because it doesn't feel as architectural or pretty, but that was from our baseline design. And then once we got to adapt it and add the solar collector spaces, it really broke down the scale, like provided more of a human scale, sort of similar to like a townhouse, like a line of townhouses. And whenever you're inside, like the porch sticks out, so you don't see this whole long face. It's broken up from the interior too.
I think, yeah, with the interior, when you walk into the central kitchen living space, that kind of wall separation with the fireplace and with the kitchen area feels a little bit more separated while they're actually entering and inhabiting it, as well as that kind of hallway where the women are kind of forced to interact. They're able to walk into the space and see each other, which is really what we're trying to press, is like these women knowing that they have a support system and with those shared bathrooms. And so I think the interior feels maybe not as linear, with just kind of the separation of the housing parent and the women as well.
One more note on that. So we looked a lot at the mental health of the woman, and I think sometimes it can seem like, okay, a rectangular building might not be contributing to that. And so that's why we really focused in on our site and our cluster design and having the transitional units and
pizza oven and different things like that to like break down that sense of just a rectangular building.
I think I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyway. So, I mean, this is a very isolated site. There's not like public transportation. There's like a whole carbon aspect that it with life about transportation. Now, these women probably aren't going, maybe not going anywhere, but I mean, did you look at all at sort of the impact of the carbon related to transportation and not materials, but I mean, just everyday life and people moving around and coming to visit or, being isolated in those spaces, and how did that kind of impact?
Yes, we didn't specifically look at like cars coming into and from site. One thing that's really unique about our project with being in a housing division is it's pretty much 24/7 occupancy, full occupancy. They're gonna be living in this home. It's